Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That was a first. That was a first. Man, I've never had that happen to me on a live show, on a live stream, on a live show, whatever. I'm so bothered by that. Hold on, let me get this tweet out. Wow, YouTube just crashed the live. Sad face, sad face. This is so unorthodox. This is normally how we roll on the surprise live streams, but uh, let's try this one more time. Let's try this one more again. Wow. I I was concerned if something was. Yeah, we definitely back bad habit. I hope we have everybody come back because Joshua definitely had a great question. I was just getting ready to jump into. But man, I was concerned. That's why I was like, hey, if you got a yes, give me a yes or a no in the chat if you are experiencing any lag because I got a weird message on the YouTube backend and then I just saw the spiraling and then it went from green to gray and I don't know. That that's almost uh energy draining, but the show's going to continue. The show's going to go on. I'll essentially leave that part of the live stream up. Maybe I'll just make it that was part one. This is part two. Yeah, we definitely back Sparta rules. That was so weird that that happened. Um, Hopefully we have more people come back in. That way I can get back to Joshua's question. But like I said, I will leave that part of the live stream up. And we were just getting ready to jump into the meat and bones and wrap up with Joshua's question. But I do apologize about that out of my control. But it's kind of like Murphy's Law. If something wrong is going to happen or if something can go wrong, it will go wrong. But again, we're going to keep the conversation going. And I'll wait to see if Joshua comes back. And if he does, or if they do, I'll answer his question. Because it was a great question. It was a great question. And I left the other live stream up just so I can jump back to it. But yeah, man, that just that hurts. One thing I'm like, hey, one thing's not going to happen. We're not going to, we're going to we're going to get the live show on though. We're going to continue on. We're going to press forward and press through. And I'll continue on. Just hopefully more people will file back in and join us here on Saturday. YouTube has thrown a monkey wrench into the live stream, and that was so weird. I never seen that happen. It's never happened to me. Where the live stream just ended itself. It just said, it said I got a message that said the stream will end if I don't open the widget, and I'm like, what? And it went from like green to gray, and then it just said stream ended, just like that. I don't know. And I hollered around. Nobody is downloading anything. It was just a weird glitch. My internet didn't time out. That kept going. So I was able to quickly jump back in it and get the live stream back up, which I should maybe share it on the community tab. As Zesty said first, yeah, on the other live show. But let me share it on the community tab here really fast, y'all. I'm sorry. Do bear with me here really one fast. Had to relaunch the live show. Come join the conversation because we have to essentially reboot the conversation as we discuss the transition from console to PC gaming. Man, again, this just feels so unorthodox. This isn't normally how we kicked off the show, and I feel so bad that it happened. I would feel even worse if I didn't go through with the live show. That's why I knew that was absolutely positively not an option. That's why I said, hold on, fam, let me dial back in, and we'll just start over with another video. But I will leave that one up as a part one, and this one up as a part two. But we're gonna keep the conversation going. We're gonna jump right into it again. I wanted to answer Joshua F's question, but if Joshua comes back, then I will revert to it. But I want to jump right into our again the core meat and bones of this video, and I feel compelled to do our warm up once again in case somebody comes across this part of the live stream and say not the first part of the live stream. I'm not going to jump into the housekeeping segment, but I will rehash what the topic of this live stream is, and that is making the jump from console over to PC gaming and how that it takes deep pockets. It takes so much more than just faith nowadays to make the transition, especially with finding a decent, and when we say decent, we mean more so affordable, but with finding a decent and affordable GPU, right? Or circumventing the many and navigating the many choices you have or choices you have to go with as an enthusiast now or as a PC gamer. Now, we consider making that transition, or we consider it that transition a journey, right? And one of my personal anonymous quotes is that the best view comes from the hardest climb. I usually apply that with many things in life. Consider applying that to the transition or the journey with ascending to being a PC gaming or PC gamer, or transitioning over from a console to a dedicated PC gaming machine. So again, if you are prepared to overcome these issues and still very much brave the deep and put yourself out there to discover the possibilities of PC gaming and high refresh rates and high graphic settings, so many different things. I almost jumped into the content, but you know, if you are ready to make your next step or take your next step, regardless of where you're at in your journey, there are a few things you should take into consideration, or a few steps you should take next before taking your next step. And that is what we are discussing in this live stream, in this part two of the live stream, while of course answering any and all of your questions along the way. And again, I am Terrence, your host and conductor and operator of this here live experience that just been divided up into two parts because there are reasons, but it is what it is. I guess there's a first time for everything, and that definitely is a first. We were live for about a good hour or two prior to the stream being shut down or canceled, but again, we'll just leave it up because still a lot of good vibes started out there. Joshua, it's good to have you back. Again, I want to remind everybody to hit the like button so we can try to get this live out in front of more people. Hit the like button for me. And if you haven't yet, either here on the replay or here with me right now, hopefully during this live stream, I will either have been educational enough or entertaining enough to have earned your subscription. Joshua F says, I have to go out with my dog, but before the sun sets, I'll be back in an hour, more or less. Then I'll ask the question again without the stream just randomly stopping. I still have your question up, Joshua F. If you're unable to stay, by all means, feel free to ask again. But I have the old stream left up. I just revert back to it here really fast. As you said, I have a R5 1600 running on 3.7 gigahertz stock cooler and an RX 580 gigabyte. I've got them since Christmas 2018. It would be eerie if the live stream canceled and crashed again at that point when I just read that, but it didn't. At least I hope it didn't. But I see your question said I've got them since Christmas 2018, and they start to get louder and louder in modern games. Should I apply new pace? Also, the VRAM usage is almost maxed out. So I was before the last stream crashed. If you're still here, Joshua, I know you said you have to go before the sun sets, but even still, just let us know when you come back. But for anybody else who may be experiencing that issue, right, where your system is louder than usual, those are still very much fairly new components, and thermal paste typically lasts a little while longer. But one thing I would recommend you check for, Joshua, is dust built up around the heatsink of your CPU, and dust built up around the radiator, your fin array, right, or your heatsink on your graphics card on your RX 580. I'm not sure which model you have, if it's a reference. Let me go back here to your question and see if you had mentioned. Okay, Gigabyte RX 580. So it's likely it's an add-in board variant. So you're likely going to want to check for dust accumulation along the sides of your fans. Um, I would only say you may need to replace the thermal paste if you're experiencing temperature, temperature fluctuation. Say The moment you set up your system without firing up any games or doing any CPU heavy task, right? Do you have high idle temperatures? If you have high idle temperatures, like anything in excess of say 60 to 65 degrees C, then new thermal paste may be on your maintenance list. But dust is a conductor of heat, so that could also be causing your CPU to retain a lot of that heat and not push it off of the heat sink and off of your CPU in an efficient way. So then it's causing your CPU, it's causing the fan to move and move more air to help keep your CPU lower. So just checking for dust accumulation around your heat sinks could just help improve with reducing the noise, because your fans are ramping up in speed because they are having to work harder just to maintain the temperatures at a stable workload, right? And that's your CPU while you're playing games, or most importantly, your graphics card while you're playing games. But Joshua, I'm not sure if you hung around, but I will double back and answer your question again, as that's a question that could also affect somebody else. You have likely, on the subject, because this is about consoles, you likely have heard that on your consoles. You likely have heard your consoles get like really loud, just like sound like a jet engine, like it's getting ready to take off to infinity and beyond. You likely heard that on your consoles, and your consoles are essentially experiencing the same issue. The hardware in your consoles need to breathe very much still. Consoles don't have the best designs for airflow, because again, they have to sell a system that also is aesthetically pleasing to a lot of people, because everybody's going to get a PS5 that looks the same. So they have to design a chassis or a hardware a case that's going to appeal to a wide range of people, versus being able to efficiently extract hot air and intake cool air, right? So when you hear your consoles get really loud like that, it's suffering from the same issue. Your console needs to breathe. The fans inside of the console needs to work harder to keep the hardware cooler. This could be from poor ventilation, or your dust filters being clogged by dust, and you just haven't took, say, a toothbrush or a fine or some or the like a data vac electronic blower. That's what I use to clean it out. So Joshua, just a few helpful tips. If you double back again, we will answer your question. I'm curious, Joshua, and somebody remind me when Joshua comes back. I'd like to know where you're located. You said I have to go out with my dog before the sun sets. So I could be wrong, but I would want to say you are over on the other side of the globe, because it's still daylight here. I don't know. I could be wrong, but anyway, Joshua, let us know. But great question nonetheless. And with that said, we are going to jump back here and start with the meat and bones of this conversation. And again, we're discussing the transition from console to PC gaming and what you should know. And before we were so rudely interrupted and we had the live stream canceled, I ain't gonna blame it on YouTube, because I like YouTube. As a consumer and producer, I like the platform, so I ain't gonna bash them. But holy cow, I've never experienced that, and it was out of nowhere. It was out of left field. But the first argument that we're going to make here, and that is the obvious, like why you should be gaming on a PC, right? Like why you should be gaming on a PC. Rather you are a familiar viewer, a familiar, or you've been around here in the channel for a while, you heard me say things like consoles have a purpose, PCs have character. You're going to hear me say that a lot. And I don't want to sound like this is a console bashing session, because it's not a console bashing session. I don't have anything against consoles. Again, I think consoles serve a particular place here in this market, or in this industry, if you will, as gamers, as gaming, right? Not so much as content creators and entertainers, because unless you use your console, say, to stream your games, you likely are using another device to help curate your content. You can't do that on a console. You can on a computer. You probably can do it on a mobile device. It may be a little challenging though for you. But you can capture your gameplay on an external graphics card, or an external hard drive, or a capture card. You can capture your gameplay and record your voiceovers and your video, right? But when it comes down to curating the actual content, you need to do that on a computer. Now, This is why I say computers have character. Why? They have character because there's so much more you can do on them. You can do on them besides just gaming. Now, for our first argument here on why you should be gaming on PC, we'll start with it's a personalized experience, right? It's a personalized experience. That is the P in PC, right? A personal computer. This is one of the biggest reasons what gravitated me full time permanently. I have not played on a console in years. This is what gravitated me towards PC gaming. Yeah, I wanted more performance and all of those things like a native resolution gaming, higher unlocked frame rates, and what have you. But most importantly, I really like the idea of being able to add a personal touch onto my gaming machine, right? It felt more like a reflection of my personality. That's something we preach a lot here in this community, right? We have that example I bring up all the time where I'm like, hey, if I gave 5 people PS5s, right? If I gave Bad Habit a PS5, Sparta Rules and XLR Game and Joshua and TMZ or what have you, if I gave us all PS5s, we all would have the same looking system, the same performance metric, right? Everything would be the same. We could sure, customize the theme a little differently, but at surface value, each one of our devices look the same. Before we power them on, sure, but all 5 of those devices look the same. But if we all built gaming PCs, right, say for $800, and all 5 of us built a gaming PC at that price point, we all would have different cases, different lighting schemes, different hardware aesthetics, different hardware configurations in general. Some of us might use an air cooler. Some of us might go with a water cooler. Some of us might use a stock cooler and put that budget towards somewhere else, say like 32 gigabytes of RAM or a faster graphics card or a faster class of graphics card. So each one of our personal experiences would be different if we use that same capital to build a gaming PC versus just buying a console. So one of the reasons why you should be gaming on a PC is that personalized experience. This is from anywhere from being able to have, say, tempered glass windows on your machine so you can fully appreciate what you put together, right? What you invested in more so because even if you didn't buy or even if you didn't build your system, right? Even if you didn't pick out the parts necessarily, right? Like it's a pre-built. It's not a custom pre-built. It's just it's a pre-built that was built from by a system integrator, right? If your case has tempered glass, you can still very much come to appreciate your investment. Maybe you didn't build it, maybe you didn't pick out the parts, but you sure as hell invested in the machine, right? So you have that opportunity to appreciate the internals, appreciate the insides of your machine, right? That could be anywhere from having RGB on your motherboard, right? RGB on your graphics card, having an RGB LED strip or RGB on your fans, right? RGB on your CPU cooler, RGB fans on the fans on your radiator. Doesn't matter. Your case is one of the first components to be noticed and stand out amongst all your other components, right? Yes, your cooler can be the centerpiece if you have a graphics card, depending on its orientation. Is it horizontal? Is it vertical? Your case is going to be the first component any observer notices, whether that be on a photograph online or that's right there, say they're in your home, and they have the opportunity to see your setup. That's the first thing they're gonna notice. They're gonna say, "Oh man, that's a really nice case. What do you have inside?" Right? That's likely how the conversation is going to go, or somewhere along the lines of that. Nobody's going to just glance and say, "Oh, what kind of CPU cooler is that? Nice case though." Like your case is the first component you notice. It's the first component that starts with a true reflection of your personality. Even if you say don't pick out your case in a pre-built form, maybe there are things you want to look for that you want your case to have. Say a tempered glass window. If your budget allows for you to invest in a chassis or a case that has tempered glass windows or that has integrated RGB lighting or comes with ARGB fans. If your budget allows for those things, even if you can't build it, you can buy it. You can still have that be a reflection of your personality. It comes along the lines of that personalized experience and why you should be gaming on a PC. as Cliff says, my RGB has RGB, right? My RGB has RGB and wish it had more RGB. No, it doesn't. Like I have like static RGB, but I will admit on the core shredder, you guys in Galaxy, I leave it with the rainbow puke up. I just left it. Um, I don't, I haven't configured the coloring scheme on that system. I really, for some odd reason, I know it's a super unpopular opinion. Game recognized game. I will totally admit that. No, everybody is not a fan of RGB alone, let alone the rainbow puke as it's called. But I don't see it that way, and I'm kind of, I like it. I think it's dope. But I guess the rainbow puke can be an example of RGB having RGB. And if you're not familiar with the term, it's just it's the static mode that manufacturers use to demonstrate the RGB capabilities of their fans or whatever the RGB feature is on the component. It just displays all the colors on the spectrum. And if you don't change the color to a certain scheme, then it'll just display all of those colors in like a rainbow format, hence the term rainbow puke. But I mean, I love RGB. I know it's not for everybody. Excuse me. I know it's not for everybody. We talked about that on previous live shows, and I totally respect that. I've seen brilliant and fantastic builds without RGB, and then I've seen some with RGB. In my personal opinion, they don't even, the colors don't even have to match. If you want your system to have, internal lighting, then that's perfectly fine, right? And it's especially a plus if say your case comes with RGB lighting, say on the sides, or I don't know why I'm pointing to Snow White, you can't see, but Snow White is like right here, and some cases have RGB paneling going down along the sides of the front of the case. But it all, you know, points back to that personalized experience once again with owning a gaming PC. Not just playing your games on a PC, but just owning a gaming PC. Having the ability to personalize nearly every single one of your components is a great benefit to this platform. Now, along the lines of a personalized experience, another reason why you should be gaming on a PC, as you can see, is we're going to go over each one of these. And that's, you have your custom system. It goes back to my example of distributing 5 PS5s, but building 5 gaming PCs at say a $800 at an $800 price point or $800 category. Each one of us are going to have different custom or different configurations. But let's say you already have your system configured, right? Being able to just work with upgrades or having a system that can upgrade. You have different brands, different form factors, right? Remember how we talked about the motherboard form factors with mini, micro, eATX, and ATX motherboards, GPUs that have dual fans, single fans, reference blower styles, water coolers, air coolers. You have a wide range of customability, no, of customizable hardware that you can choose from. GPU types, APU types, different resolutions you have to gain from, different keyboard and mouse and audio solutions to choose from. Rather, you want to go with a mechanical keyboard or a keyboard that's a little more quieter, say like a keyboard that's 100% membrane, or a normal size or a normal standard keyboard. Wired mouse, wireless gaming mouse. Gaming PC or non-gaming PC. 1080p 60 Hz, 1080p 144 Hz, 1440p 75 Hz, 1440p 144 Hz. You have a lot of different options to pick from when it comes to customizing your hardware and also presenting your system that could be upgraded down the future, right? Even down to, say, if you have a full-size ATX case and a micro ATX motherboard, or let's say you bought a pre-built. Ooh, oh man, a pre-built is a perfect example for this side, for this take. Let's say you bought a pre-built, right? Now, a console can essentially be considered a pre-built gaming PC, right? It's already built for you. All you gotta do is sit down and plug it and play, and plug it in, play your games, right? But when you have a PC that can be upgraded, even if it's a pre-built, you can change things, core components, right? Say you're on an A3, maybe you picked up a pre-built, it had an A320 motherboard and a Ryzen 3 1200, and then maybe an RX 570, right? Maybe you bought that 2 years ago. It's showing its age a little bit, right? That Ryzen 3 1200, you can't run games the way you want at the graphic settings you want at higher resolution. So you're like, oh man, my power supply is fine. I'm perfectly okay with my RX 570, but this Ryzen this 1200 this Ryzen 3 1200 I bought with this pre-build just isn't cutting it, chief. I need something that's a little bit more, like I want more cores or I want a faster CPU. It would be nice to say upgrade to say a Zen 2 CPU like the Ryzen 5 3600. If your motherboard that you got, if your pre-built motherboard doesn't support that Zen 2 CPU or there's no BIOS microcode update, then you could just upgrade your core system. Start with your motherboard and your CPU. If you are okay with the rest of your core essentials, power supply, GPU, most importantly, and say your RAM configuration, your DDR4, right? And this is just one of the benefits of being a PC gamer is that you can upgrade your system regardless of the form you bought it in today, tomorrow, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, right? Well, maybe 5 years ago. All right, it's going back a little too far, but here in terms of recent hardware or modern hardware, depending on how far you go back, there is essentially a component in your system that can be upgraded, even right now, that would offer some form of, or that would bring some level of performance enhancing or a performance enhancing metric to the overall experience of your system. It's it's there. I'm telling you, it's there, but it's only possible if you game on a PC. Let me jump over to chat here really fast. Oh, TMZ, I'm glad you found us. I think we got everybody back. I think we have more people watching now than we did when the stream cut. So that's awesome. But TMZ says, the days of all beige cases are over. Yeah, man, we are so past the times of all beige cases, and thank goodness. I mean, I know they make for interesting sleeper builds, but I think PCs are expensive devices or expensive machines as they are, and that not only should they perform well, right? Perform good, they should also look good, right? They should there should be some aesthetically appealing features about that machine, even if it's a pre-built or if it's a system that you configured. But totally agree with you, TMZ. I'm actually glad that the days of all beige cases are over, and actually I had referred, let me switch back here because I had referred to it on a previous live stream where I think I called it the Power Ranger like cases, where they had the weird bubbles in the front and it just had this weird, Mighty Morphin Power Ranger like vibe and feel to it. I'm glad those days are over too, and cases have become a little bit more sleek and modernized, and we're using modern materials, premium materials like metals and other alloys, tempered glass instead of acrylic, and just all panel sizes, all of those things. Like cases have really, I mean, technology in general, especially PC gaming, has really began to evolve, and components and hardware, they're just looking more and more premium, right, between each generation. Now, with the RTX 30 series, I'm not going to go on about it too much, but with the RTX 30 series, we were supposed to get better offerings, right? Faster, better looking offerings for a lower price. But hey, the Techdemic hit, and that just wasn't the case. And I see we had a few more people join in. I do want to welcome you again to hit the like button for me if you haven't yet, on your way in or your way out. If you're just lurking or you're popping in, hit the like button for me. And if you haven't yet, subscribe. We did go live earlier at 1 o'clock, and this is essentially going to be a two-part live stream because that live stream just clunked out and the stream ended for some reason after an hour being into the live. So we picked up right where that first part of the live stream kicked off, which is okay because we were just getting ready to jump into the meat and bones, which that is what we are doing right now at this point of the live show. But again, if you haven't yet, hit the like button for me. It's going to help get this live stream out in front of more people. I just wanted to switch back here really fast because, in case you didn't know, this is a live interactive. This is an interactive live stream, fam. I just don't sit back and just want to talk to you. It's not recommended I do that, but I love engaging with the community. And if if this is your first time and you have a question about anything we discuss, feel free at any time to drop them over in the live chat. And if you're here on the replay, shout out to our replay viewers if you made it this far. If you too have a question about anything we discussed throughout the duration of this live show, do be sure to leave a timestamp and your question down there, and I will do my best to get. I'm not even gonna say I'll do my best. I am going to get to it because I feel bothered when I miss questions. Even if you guys notice, everything is by design. At the end of our live show, I scroll up. and I give everybody a verbal shout out. I also do that to make sure I didn't miss any questions or miss any comments or statements, right? Even if it's not a question, even if you want to add to the conversation, maybe you don't agree with something I said, that is perfectly fine. All opinions are welcome here in this community. This is a super uber family friendly environment. All opinions are welcome. There are no stupid or wrong questions or statements. If you're unsure about something, ignorance is bliss. I was born not knowing anything. Raise your hand if you were born knowing everything. But, ignorance is bliss. If you don't know, feel free to ask. We have a lot of helpful, informed individuals here in this community that would love, love, love to help you with any pain points you have during this journey or during your potential transition. Because, like we talked about in that pop-up live stream, we could see GPU prices normalize here much, or sooner and faster than what a lot of the community experts and gurus and influence had originally projected. So, we're still far, far from anything close to normalcy, but early signs are showing that we are slowly but surely getting there. So, kudos to you and everybody else that is on that journey. This live stream is for you, so do be sure to stick around. Let me get caught up in the chat here really, really fast. Cliff said, I think people who are independently minded should be gaming on PC. Like, I won't be told how I should play a game if it doesn't support ultra wide. I'll open a hex editor. If I don't like the way this implementation of AA is, I'll change it. I won't be told how I will experience my games. I can set the experience myself. Yeah, and that just goes over. Let me switch back here. Cliff makes an interesting point because that just piggybacks off of my third sub point that I'm making here in our first slide, and that is what one of the biggest reasons why you should be gaming on a PC, right? Or what should be one of your biggest motivations. And don't worry, because I'm gonna fully dive into these benefits, right? As we jump over into the next block, I'm going to fully dive into these benefits, but they're essentially the best way to experience video games. Um, like Cliff says, you can set the experience yourself. You can customize how you play the game. Triceon, it's good to see you, brother. Triceon says, "Yo, Triceon, you missed you missed a little bit of live stream drama. The original live stream that was scheduled and went out and hung around everybody's home page and everything like that in your sub boxes. That live stream crashed at about an hour into it earlier today, but I couldn't bring it to myself to just say, all right, F it, that was a live stream, that's it. Nope, that wasn't going to happen. And I enjoy the community. I enjoy you all way too much to just have that happen right before we even jumped into the heart and soul of the live stream. And I feel like this conversation or this topic is relevant to so many different individuals in the industry or in this community. Okay, that's if you are, not unsure if you're ready to jump the fence. Remember how I compare that decision as like jumping a fence, right? Maybe the grass is greener on the other side, but you can't quite get the other leg over the fence to fully make that transition. It's still very much an unknown experience because you don't know, am I going to be able to learn the nuances of owning a gaming PC? Will I be able to find the games I want to play? What happens if I have this issue? I can't have anybody build it. I got to build it myself. What if I break something? These are all of the things that are running through your mind that are preventing your leg from lifting up and going over the fence, right? Now, if you need a if you need key motivation to do that, just know that video games are made on computers. They are made on computers. They're made on PCs, but for consoles. But they on a PC, one of the biggest reasons why you should be gaming on a PC is that video games are the best way, or gaming on a PC is the best way to experience video games. All right, benefits like higher resolutions. Most importantly, native higher resolutions. We're not talking about the checkerboarding, gimmicky technology under the surface that consoles, deploy that gives you the illusion of you're playing at a native resolution. No, most games, especially on PS4 and Xbox One, OG Xbox One, most of all of those games are being rendered at between 720p and 900p. And then there's technologies that are being implemented that will upscale the game. And this is why sometimes you may see some of the textures in your pixels excuse me, appear washed out or they appear blurry, that's because the game's not running at a native resolution. There are technologies very similar to like DLS, deep learning super sampling, and now AMD's visually fidelity super resolution, right? FSR. There are technologies essentially running under the hood on those consoles that are doing the same thing. They are scrambling the resolution to give you the best possible quality, the best possible picture without fully hurting your FPS. You don't have that on a PC. It's one of the best reasons why you should be gaming on a PC. Like Cliff mentioned in the chat, right? Like Cliff mentioned in the chat, you are in control of your experience, right? So if you want to game at 1080p, 60 hertz, right? If that's your monitor, 1080, if you're gaming on a 1080p 60 hertz monitor, you have the option to tailor make your games to run natively at that resolution and as close to that refresh rate as possible, right? Again, video games are made on PCs for PCs while supported by consoles, right? Developers, they produce the game, the code, the models, the textures, the AI, right? All of those things, the light simulation technologies, ray tracing, RTX, all of those technologies for your games are developed on PCs, and then they're just tested on a console. They're thumbed down and tested on a console, especially older generation consoles. If you're not familiar with the Cyberpunk 2077 debacle, right? With the reason why it was pulled off of the PlayStation 4 store, it's essentially because it was an unfinished product on the PlayStation. It could not run the game at a way that was playable for almost all PS4 users. Guess what? Going back to Lab's analogy of if we all are gaming on the same console, let's say that's a PS4. Ooh, let's go back because you can't get a PS5 and PS4 Pros are slightly overpriced. If you have a PS4, chances are you're not going to shell out $200-300 just to upgrade to a PS4 Pro. You're likely going to hold on to your PS4 until it dies, right? Until it stops working, right? But if we all have a PS4 and we're all playing Cyberpunk 2077, we are all experiencing that 10 to 15 FPS frame rate drop, the same washed out textures, just among the other nightmares and horrors of running that game on the PlayStation 4. Again, I'm going to stick to the PlayStation 4 because it was pulled from the PlayStation Store, right? That was historic, okay? That was historic. I know we got a lot of young friends and fam in the community, but I'm here to tell you, here in the modern times as a gamer, myself and an adult with disposable income, essentially since 2002, I've been working full time, right? Fresh out of high school. This hasn't really happened. This was different. But if we all were playing on a PS4, there's nothing we can do about that horrible experience. Now, Cyberpunk on the PC still very much a half-baked product. It got better, sure. It was definitely much more playable, but not on higher end hardware. It essentially almost ran the same. Didn't really matter. It just was not a well optimized title or a well optimized game. But because we had the option to say change our graphic settings, lower our resolution if the game didn't run right at your native 1440p resolution. Maybe you can drop that down to 1920 by 1080p, make the game run a little bit more smoother at the expense of about a few hundred more pixels. These are all options you have when you are gaming on a PC. Now, when you're gaming on a console, you don't have that option. You're either stuck requesting a refund, like most of the people who bought Cyberpunk 2077 had to do, and even those who didn't buy it on the PS4, like there were still some PlayStation, or I'm sorry, PC returns too, as well for Cyberpunk 2077. That wasn't, that didn't stop them from saying, I'll hold on to the game. Why? You can't upgrade your PS4 outside of more storage, right? So there was no reason to have that game installed on your machine, on your console, on your primary gaming device, if that's a PS4. So you requested a refund. PC gamers necessarily didn't have to do this, right? We were either able to upgrade, if you were on older hardware, right? Let's say you switched over to a modern platform like AM4 or 1151 V2 socket, 8th, 9th generation, or LG 1200 with a i5 10600K or an i5 11600K. Maybe you upgraded to a more modern platform to be able to play the game. But if you were on a console, you just didn't have that opportunity. You don't have that luxury. But it's one of the main reasons why you should game on a PC. Now, let me switch back here. I do want to welcome in. We had a few more people who just joined into the live stream. I do want to welcome you to, if you have a chat on your way in or on your way out, hit the like button for me. It's going to help get this video out in front of more people. And if you haven't chat, I welcome you to subscribe to the channel, subscribe to the message, subscribe to the vibes. We have a great community that's growing here really at a fast pace. And in the first part of the live stream, I said, hey, y'all, we must be doing something right because while I try to not focus so much on the numbers, I have noticed that we lost a quite few along the way. I don't know if it's just a YouTube glitch. Maybe it's YouTube glitching out on me. I don't know, but I mean, we're talking double digit, subscribers here. So it could have been what I said about, tech influencers, larger tech influencers, and how they're not helping the situation, in my honest opinion. But I stand by what I say. I'm a strong believer that if you don't stand for something, you fall for anything. And if you want others to stand with you, you have to stand for something. And I didn't think PC gaming was dead, dying. I just believed it was on life support. But I reserved all hope. They complained about views. Well, I'm just sitting here like I'm not complaining about views, and the interest might be low on particular topics. But one thing that's not going to stop me or deny me is that going live still presents me the opportunity to engage with the community. We could still talk about this industry, even in its negative light. So how many tech influencers do y'all see complaining about not getting views because interest is low? How many of them do you see engage with their community then? Yeah. So I don't know. That is a rant over. I ain't even really good at them. But again, for those of you who just joined us and just tuned in, welcome. This is essentially the second part of the live stream because the first part of the live stream canceled out earlier. I welcome you to again hit the like button for me if you haven't yet. We are discussing the transition from console to PC gaming as a platform and a few things you should know. We just finished up our first slide, and that was a few reasons why you should game on the PC. Here really fast as I get caught up in the chat because this is a live or this is a live interactive or an interactive live show. So at any point, at any time, if you have any questions or if you want to add any commentary to the topic at hand, do feel free to leave them over in the live chat. And if you're here on the replay, shout out to our replay viewers. Also, leave your questions down in the comment section below with the timestamp, and I will definitely double back and review them and hopefully be able to help you solve a pain point. That's what we're all about here. We're all about helping you make this transition, right? Overcome a lot of these obstacles and issues that new builders or new PC gamers, some of the issues they run into or some of the concerns they have before even making the transition, right? Before getting their leg over the fence, right? We're talking about the grass is greener on the other side, sure, right? But you're still you can't compel yourself to pull that leg on the other side and fully make the transition. You won't look back. Chances are you won't look back. I could be wrong. I'm not going to poll the chat. I'm not going to put you out there. But I'm willing to bet, right? 4 digits. I'm willing to bet. Most of us who have made that journey, we've made that climb, we've ascended to the top, right? Like we said in the beginning of the live stream, the hardest climbs have the best views, right? So you made it to the top, and you're experiencing all the beautiful the benefits of being a PC gamer, right? You experience all of those things, and hey, I made it. I've done it. It wasn't easy, but it was definitely worth it. And that's what I'm here to tell you, that the decline, the journey is definitely worth it. And that is what we were discussing on our first slide. And I'm going to switch back here really fast before I get caught up in the chat. As Cliff said, like a sneaky, like sneaky DLSS. Right, I believe you're talking about FSR. And Cliff says, God, that came, they removed near all the foot traffic and road traffic on Cyberpunk on base consoles. Like, it doesn't even look like the same game I played. Yikes. Wow. See, and even I have been totally out of the loop with all of the game updates. I haven't even finished my walkthrough. I'm at the end. I'm at the Arasaka Hotel, right? Or I believe it is a hotel where you're working with the daughter of the Mogul, the guy. As much as I played the game, but I haven't even jumped back and played it. There's just not enough. And I know once I build it, other than benchmarking it, which I'm torn benchmarking. I'm like, why? It's not even a well optimized game. I feel conflicted at it in benchmarks, but still, it's a beautiful looking game nonetheless with its models, environments, and textures. And Night City still looks really, really good. One of the best environments and cities I've seen in an open world game. But the game still very much lacks substance, and you can't polish a turd. You need to add more to the game. There needs to be like more to do, right? It's just even the side quests. I'm like, if I'm a grind on side quests, I'd rather grind on like Witcher 3 side quests. I'd rather do Witcher 3 side quests. There's more loot to find. It's not the same old loot. The stories are so much more different. It's not the same drive to this place, pull out of the car, run into the building, kill all the enemies, kill the final boss, loot, and then go out. There are different elements and much better RPG games, like even Skyrim, for example. Like if I'm a grind on some side quests, I'm gonna go grind on Skyrim. Skyrim may not look as good as Cyberpunk, but and that could be subjective, right? Some people might like the wooded area and that kind of atmosphere versus the city, but it's hard to argue that the side quests are much more um, robust in some other RPGs that are readily available. So, but yeah. Tracian says, "Yeah, I saw it. That was horrible." Okay, I'm not. You might have to jog my memory, Tracian. My bad. What are you referring to, buddy? And Cliff says, "I don't think so, Lab. I think the community at large is frustrated and have dropped the tech viewership. It will come back around. I had noticed more retro and lower end pre-built reviews do well." Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm gonna be honest with you from a creator's perspective. Um, viewer, in terms of viewership, right, and more so what topics are in higher demand for the community, right? Like building, in my opinion, build videos historically have always performed well from creators of all different channel sizes. Rather that was because the majority of the viewers were interested in the configuration, right? Like the part layout, or they were interested in, say, the graphics card's performance output compared with that CPU, like that particular CPU, or for higher end influencers, that was always, say, day one reviews, right? Like when the 3080 dropped, or when the 5700, when the Ryzen 5000 series dropped, or 11th generation series dropped. Although between 11th and 10th generation series, those were essentially available. Graphics cards, not so much. Um, I just think that from my perspective, when I see their gripes, it's just based around some of the day one reviews. And while I think those topics and those conversations, sure, they're relevant, but they do get paid or they're obligated to review these products. It's not like they have the choice. Me as a micro influencer, I have the choice to where I prefer to create content right now, even during this weird period, that is essentially helpful and relevant. Would I do it? Would I review the RTX 3080? If it was sent to me, I would question the purpose of me reviewing the video, which some of you likely sensed the sarcasm in some of the titles on some of your favorite larger tech tubers when they did do day one reviews of, say, the 6900 XT, 6800 XT, and the RTX 3080 and 3090 and 3070 and 3060 Ti and 3070 Ti, all of those cards, right? Um, but what's what's important is what's relevant to the community. If you can't find those graphics cards, of course it's not relevant to you. So then what is alternative options? So I can't buy an RTX 3080, what should I do? Does that mean PC gaming is dead because you can't buy an RTX 3080? No, I don't think so. So it always went back to creating, more relevant topics, or more, content that is more relevant to a larger portion of the audience, whatever that may be. Um, as you mentioned, like you said, there's more retro and lower end pre-built reviews do well, but even finding a lower end pre-built, it's kind of like, what price category are you really essentially at, that you're still not paying a crazy inflated price for that pre-built. Like I saw $1,000 pre-built that had a 1650 Super and a R5 2600. While that's still solid option, still it's still overly priced, right? Still has some of its value priced out. So, but I just think a lot of tech creators just had to shift their mindset, shift the content strategy, as viewer expectations started to shift, right? Because that's what's important, regardless of the content you are creating. It's what are the viewers' expectations. If I click on a video about the RTX 3080, is it just pure entertainment? Like, am I just watching it because I like the creator? Am I watching it because I want to buy this graphics card and I'm curious in that particular model, right? Like an ROG Strix or an MSI or a Gigabyte graphics card. Like all of these things factor into it. But I think viewer expectations too has shifted and changed, and rather larger content creators want to shift their mindset with them remains to be seen. But it just hurt to see some titles come across like PC gaming is dead or it's dying, it's not worth it. I heartfully disagree, but I'm not gonna say too much on it because I've already lost a bevy of subscribers saying these things. But again, I mean what I say, and I don't think that it's dead. I don't think that the graphics card situation has caused PC gaming to die. Is it on life support? Absolutely. I'm not going to ignore that. I'm not going to ignore that it's becoming increasingly hard to procure not only new graphics cards, but graphics cards in general from essentially previous generations from a wide range of classes. Cliff says, I say that because I've seen JC Sent asking his Twitter followers because his channel has taken a massive hit. Yeah, and I remember we had talked about that on last week's live show, I believe. And you know, Jay's his viewership, his view reduction, I would imagine would be far more impactful than say mine, right? This is something I experienced too, but I personally, as a creator, not into complaining about not getting views. I don't even want to. I don't even think it should be blamed on the audience. Who is he really blaming for his viewership and to decline? Who is he blaming? His audience? He's asking his Twitter followers, you know, what he should create. Is he blaming his audience? I don't know. Right? Shout out to him. I have no beef, no issues, no quarrels with him. But who is he? Attributing that decline in viewership? What is he attributing it to? The GPU market? Why review the GPU? You know people can't buy it. One, because you're obligated to send to you. Why review the GPU? Right? Um, it's just I guess it audience expectations, viewer expectations is very much different. Jay's that audience is different than our audience. Even the content mentality is different. As it's good we brought this up, fam, because let me tell you this. I want to get back to what originally inspired me to even create PC gaming content, and that was around legacy hardware, right? Ryzen came along and really shifted the value of previous, older generational hardware. But with the graphics card, since I've been a creator, this is the second GPU tech demic that I've essentially had to create content around. This is from somebody who doesn't get the larger manufacturers to send me hardware. This is the second GPU tech demic I've been a creator during, to where I had to shift the content because what the viewer expectation was that they can't get graphics cards at affordable prices, right? 1080 Ti's were selling for $1,500. Some of you might remember that. Okay, GTX 1060s were selling for $700. This was about a year prior to the big tech demic, what we're going through right now. And just prior to that, we were dealing with the RAM shortage as well. I dealt with that as a tech creator, where RAM was hard to find. Not just overpriced. It was just hard. They were just out of stock. There was a huge shortage issue, right? And I at the time just shifted the content strategy because the viewer expectation changed. Um, but I will say this. I will continue to create content that even though it may not seem relevant because the graphics cards aren't available, but I try to stick to products that if I'm going to recommend, it's at least available to a larger portion of the audience. To do an RTX 3080 review, and even then I did the RTX 3090 review. It was essentially a 6-7 month later review, not a day one review, down the road review. But if I were to do a day one review on a graphics card that's not widely, and I know it's not going to be widely available, right? Cough, cough, 3080 Ti, cough, cough, 3070 Ti, cough, cough, 3060 Ti, right? 3070, RTX 3070. Why review those cards on day one if I know you can't buy them on day one? What am I recommending here, really? Am I just showing you performance metrics? Then it's entertainment at that point. And rather, they realize their audience either wants to be informed or they want to be entertained. Could could be attributed to larger creators like him that are experiencing their views to drop as well. Did the core of his audience watch him because he was entertaining, or that he had access to these newer hardwares? I remember when I watched him do his dual RTX Titan X graphics cards before they even came out, and he not only had one, but he had two. That's it. That's incredible. Now I knew at the time I wasn't even interested in a graphics card, and it's an expensive graphics card to this day. It's essentially about $5,000 worth of GPUs in this build. I wasn't even interested in the performance output of an SLI Titan RTX configuration, but I watched it purely from an entertainment perspective, right? But maybe with those larger creators, again, realizing that their audience, core of the audience, was either entertained or informed by their content. Some even who stick around, it's because they enjoy both. But I agree with you. Like you said, you can't blame viewers for being frustrated. Absolutely, positively not. I don't blame the viewers at all. I don't blame the viewers for anything, especially being frustrated with what's going on. But instead of instead of having the emotion of frustration, maybe as a creator, and influencers, we can introduce clarity, right? And hope. Hate to sound cliche or, like a movie, but even if we can offer hope on the situation, not add salt to the wound, but add hope. Yes, we're frustrated. Viewers are frustrated. Full-time tech creators are frustrated because it's causing their viewership to drop, and that correlates to a drop in revenue to some capacity. That also causes some of their revenue to drop as well. So you got to also keep in mind they're frustrated for a different reason why viewers are frustrated. Okay, that's also important to factor in because viewers are frustrated because the lack of accessibility of these graphics cards, and especially if it's a card you want. Not everybody is in the market for an RTX 3090. But there are a lot of people who have said that they're not available. Same thing with the 6900 XT. Same thing with the 6800 XT. Right? I think all issues aside, the tech aside, the RTX 3060 with its 12 gigabytes of GDDR6 memory, between the 1260, the 3060 and the 3070, those would have been some of the hottest selling graphics cards right now. If they were available at MSRP, they would be selling off the shelf. They would be hard to find if there were no semiconductor supply and demand debacle, and if there wasn't a GPU mining cryptocurrency boom. If all of those things not factored in, those cards would still be selling because they would still be very much popular choices among users who want to upgrade from a lower end 900 series graphics card or a lower end 1000 series graphics card. But no, you can't. I don't blame viewers for being frustrated at all. It's one of the reasons why I try to strive to keep this community, this audience, informed of what's going on, because frustration should be a temporary emotion. Okay, hope shouldn't be. Okay, hope shouldn't be a temporary emotion. Frustration should be a temporary emotion. It's toxic. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. If you're frustrated about a situation, you fix the situation. This is unfixable because it's out of our control at large with what's going on. But one way that could help remedy the situation is to inform, keep the community informed, right? I can't ascribe to the idea that PC gaming has died or is dying. I can barely even say it, but I digress. Rant over. I didn't want to go into the GPU spill a great deal at this point. So many people have been affected by it all over the globe, from creators to consumers, right? Influencers, into gamers. So many, it's affected a wide range of people. So, we can only hope and continue to see the numbers, see the signs, and anticipate the GPU situation to improve at some capacity. Whether that's 3 months from now, 4 months from now, 7 months from now, it will get better, right? At least in my opinion. But let's move right on into the second part of the slide as we finished up with why you should game on a PC, right? We talked about how you can't beat the personalized experience, right, with assembling your machine, having the ability to upgrade and customize your machine or your gaming PC, and how it's the best way to experience your video games with native resolutions and uncapped frame rates or higher frame rates, and the very idea that concept, if you will, that video games are made on PCs for PCs while being supported by consoles. Now, to because you got to take the good with the bad. That's something we've always talked about here. If we're going to explore some of the reasons why you should game on a PC, this kind of goes over, like, I know I said I wasn't going to talk about the GPU situation a great deal, but to add on to what like XLR Gaming was saying, and anybody else who may be frustrated as a viewer what's going on, I was not going to ignore the situation by any means. No, no, because we went over why you should game on a PC. Let's talk about why you shouldn't game on a PC, right? And don't worry, I'm going to talk about why it's the worst possible time to do so. This is more so if it wasn't the worst possible time to get into PC gaming. Just in general, maybe why you shouldn't game on a PC, and maybe why it's not even for you as a gamer, right? Or as a console enthusiast. So maybe why you want to say, hey, you know what? No, I'm perfectly fine with console gaming. I'm okay with 30 FPS. I'm okay with lower, my resolution being upscaled, 900p gaming upscaled to 1080p. I'm okay with not having some of those benefits so long as I'm able to enjoy these avenues of not gaming on a PC. So again, we talked about why you should game on a PC. Here are a few reasons why you shouldn't game on a PC. First and foremost, there is a slight learning curve. That's either with building your PC, if you're doing it yourself, and if you're not doing it yourself, then there is a learning curve involved with researching your parts and understanding things like chipset compatibility and motherboard features that are also found, that are supported by your CPU, and having the right storage and the right memory, and just matching, having the right CPU socket that matches the chipset, making sure it fits in your case, having the right power supply unit. There are a lot of different, installing Windows. Should you go air? Should you go water? What kind of thermal paste should you use? How much thermal paste should you use? If you're building it yourself, then that learning curve is compounded by all of those things. But if you are working with a system integrator or an independent system integrator, then you don't have to worry about as much of those nuances. For example, thermal paste, installing Windows. These things should be handled by the system integrator or the website you are buying your system from, if it's CyberPower or what have you. But there is a slight learning curve involved. Okay, there's a slight learning curve involved, and that's you. Hopefully, you're in the right place. You're in the right community that could help you with at least absorbing any of the any of the concerns you have, right? Rather that be, oh, I don't know if I should go AMD or Intel. I don't know if I need a 4-core CPU or a 6-core CPU, or do I need an 8-core CPU? I don't play. Remember how we talked about at the beginning of this live stream, how we talked about understanding your needs as a gamer and what kind of games you want to play and the resolution you want to play at, the frame rate you want to play at, say on your monitor. You have to stop and think about all of those things along the way. And I also want to note that this could be you, rather you are ready to make that journey or to make that leap 1 month from now, 2 months from now, 3 months from now, 4 months from now. Maybe you are on a savings plan, right? Maybe you really sat down, you have disposable income, or let's say you're a young individual and you're working with your parents or your guardians to maybe that way you could start earning some disposable cash, or working part time. If you're here in the States and you're over the working legal age, now is the perfect time to jump into the workforce and not only start to develop good, work history and work ethics, but also to start saving up some money, right? To achieve these things you want. So maybe you're on a savings plan of like 4 months. You say, hey, I know I can save up about $200 to $220 a month. And about 4 months, I can have almost $900 saved. Is that enough? What kind of PC can I build with $900? I have a monitor. I'm just going to buy a normal keyboard and mouse. I just want something I can start with and upgrade down the road. It starts with that learning curve. It still requires you to absorb new information, typically on a constant basis, as you may shift between components, right? You want this graphics card with this case, and okay, man, I know I need it's recommended that I have at least a 600-watt power supply, right? But now let's say you've either reduced the graphics card or you know, increased to the next class or the next generation, say go from 60 to 80, XX 60 to 80, or X70 to X80, like a 570 or to a 580, and now you need to change other components. This all falls under the umbrella of having to familiarize yourself with that learning curve. And it's not for everybody. It's not for a lot of people. It's totally understood. Again, I'm not in the bashing, I'm not with that. I'm not into bashing people. I think, again, ignorance is bliss. It's okay if you don't know something. That's perfectly fine. And it's not for everybody. So if you don't want to deal with that learning curve, because you can't ignore it, you can't go to somebody and say, hey, I got $1,000. I just want a PC. You need to be involved, okay, with the process. Matter of fact, I highly recommend you are involved with the process. I don't recommend you do that. Know what CPU is going inside your system. Know how much RAM you have, what your storage capabilities are. Not just what they're going to be at the time of your system being built, because maybe with your budget you only have enough for a single mid storage unit, right? Like maybe a 500 gigabyte SSD, but your motherboard supports M.2 SSDs, right? So you may need to up your budget a little bit more so you can take advantage of that faster, the faster express lane. This all comes under the term of learning, of having to familiarize yourself with the learning curve. Again, it's not for everybody. Totally understandable. The next, one of the next reasons why you shouldn't game on a PC, and this slide should really be titled "Why It's Not for Everybody." But there is maintenance involved, both internally and externally. That's just beyond having to say, like I recommended to Joshua F earlier with his question, to check his heatsink for any dust accumulation around the socket, and the same thing with his fans. But to make the recommendation to change the thermal paste, and to anybody that's listening, or if Josh is listening, check your temperature readouts. Check to see if you have an anomalous temperature spikes at idle, or when your GPU is under just a passive load, say at the desktop. Check your CPU temperatures with your components at the desktop, and then even under load, check to see how hot it gets when you're playing your games, right? There could be some early signs of maintenance that you could deploy that would prevent the hardware failure from any of your components. Now, again, there is maintenance involved that can be internally, and more so, not just the internals of your system, but you need to also make sure you keep your graphics card drivers updated, any chipset drivers updated. You may run into random blue screens or not green screens. Green screens if your system is in the Windows Insider program, which it shouldn't be. But you might experience random blue screens or black screens. Maybe you go to fire up your system one day and you're just met with a black screen. You're not getting any video out. Maybe you need to remount your graphics card, or remount your 24-pin cable, or remount your 8-pin CPU cable, or it's usually 4 or 6, but for most modern builds. But for the most part, that maintenance would either come at an expense of your time, or your wallet if you are unable to service your machine yourself, right? Maybe you're uncomfortable with saying, "Hey, I don't want to I don't want to unseat my graphics card. I don't know. I've never done that before. I don't have the tools. I don't have the ability or the know-how to do that. I'm concerned I might damage something. I've never, these are legitimate concerns amongst users who have just, made that climb, who have just ascended to the top of the mountain, right? To enjoy the pinnacle that is PC gaming. Josh, I see you says, "Ayo, I'm back." It's good to see you, Josh. Josh, we wanted to know what parts of the where are you located, fam? Tell us where you're watching from. I'm not sure if you were present for me to answer your question, but it's ironic that you came right on board where you did because we were kind of piggybacking off of the one of the reasons why you shouldn't game on a PC, and that was given the maintenance that's involved with owning a PC. And I had used your question as an example where I said you may be in a position where you need to check your heatsink. You need to crack open the internals of your case and, use a flashlight or your cell phone light. Check for dust accumulation around your CPU socket or on the heatsink of your CPU cooler. And the same thing with your graphics card. If your temperatures are spiking, if you're able to say download hardware monitor, which I recommend, download hardware monitor, it's free. Download hardware monitor and leave it up and say, run a Cinebench test or any games that you normally play. Play those games for about a half hour or 40 minutes and see how hot your CPU readings and your GPU readings show, right? If it's anything past like 81 or 85 degrees C, that's a bit of a concern. And the same thing with your graphics card. If it's graphics cards can run about 75, 81, and CPUs too. I think most Ryzen CPUs have a TJ max of about 90 degrees C. So just something to keep in mind. If it's running anywhere close to that, then you might either want to consider, running a blower, an electronic blower, to clear out the dust, take off all the side panels and all the dust filters, clean it out, but only replace the thermal paste if you're seeing higher temperatures than usual, than normal. On the desktop, say for example, the first moment you boot up your PC without opening up any programs, right? Let me switch back here really fast. Without opening up any programs or playing any games, if you download hardware monitor, open up hardware monitor, check for your idle temperatures. That's like your first step, right? Check for your idle temperatures. And maybe you can do this in a benchmark format. Do the, tests, run those tests before even cleaning your system to see if it made a significant change in your temperatures, right? But if you're seeing readings that are starting to climb closer to their thermal limitations, then it could be time for you to replace your thermal paste, right? That falls under one of the reasons why why you shouldn't game on a PC, and that there's maintenance involved. That could come at an expense of your time, or that could come at an expense of your wallet, right? You may have to take it to a service shop to do it for you if you're not comfortable with, say, removing your CPU cooler, which is a delicate process on the AM4 socket, lifting the CPU cooler up and not pulling the CPU with it. But it is a delicate process, and it is a process nonetheless. Especially with replacing the thermal paste on your GPU. Um, if you're not comfortable with getting your hands literally dirty and jumping into your build, then that means you have to pay somebody to do it for you. You all right? That means you're going to be out of your system. You're going to be without your system. I mean, for a little bit longer, right? Because now you have to, either have it shipped out to somebody or somebody has to come pick it up and take it off your hands. But those two places is where I would start, right? I would start with, which I believe, I don't know why I'm saying Ryzen, because I believe you had a 9700K. That's what you were referring to with your system. If I look at your specs really fast. Nope, okay, it was an R5. It was a 1600. So yeah, I mean, removing that Ryzen CPU off of or removing the cooler off that Ryzen CPU is going to be a delicate procedure. But I would start there, Joshua. I would start there. Hopefully that answers your questions. If it's great questions nonetheless, and feel free to keep us informed and posted on your developments with working that issue out. But great question nonetheless. And let's jump into our third reason why you shouldn't game on a PC, right? And that's because I can't argue, or one shouldn't argue, the simplicity of plug and play, right? Or with little setup consoles need. Some gamers appreciate that ease of use, and it's one of the reasons that gives consoles their purpose. Like, you just take it out of the box. At most, you maybe need to connect your system to the Wi-Fi, perform a system update, just to make sure your system's current and it is compatible with your games, right? Like, all the latest patches of the game is compatible with the firmware of your system. That's at most what you would need to do. Now with the PC, there might be some other things you may need to do just to get set up. Some pre-builds do come just plug and play. You get it, you fire it up. You may need to update Windows, or depending on when you got it, there might have been a new graphics card driver update that you'll need to initiate, which is a fairly simple process. You can use things like the GeForce Experience launcher to update your graphics card, or you can do it right from NVIDIA or AMD's website. And of course, updating Windows is done right in the Windows installer. But you can't argue the simplicity of plug and play. And it's one of the reasons why, again, yes, this gives consoles their reason to exist. So we talked about why you should game on a PC, why you shouldn't game on a PC, and let's boogie on over to why it's the worst possible time to build a PC or get into PC gaming, right? Why it's the worst possible time. Remember how I told you I was not going to ignore the seriousness of the graphics card situation and what's going on right now. Nope. Just wasn't going to do it. But one of the reasons why it's the worst possible time to build a gaming PC or to get into getting PC gaming, and believe it or not, those first two reasons are definitely different. They're not the same. But video cards are expensive, right? Video cards are expensive, not just new, right? But video cards are expensive. So building a system with a dedicated video card is going to come with 2020 and 2021's premium tax on your build. Now that premium tax, keep in mind, because excuse me, I'm gonna bring up the idea of PC gamers having to pay the premium tax now, because if the platform, if PC gaming as a platform is the best way to experience games, then that premium comes at an extra tax these days. And this is on all builds. Okay? Sorry about that. Either if you're ready to upgrade your build or you're building for the first time, doesn't matter. You're going to pay the premium tax that the Techdemic has bestowed upon PC gamers right now. And that's why it's one of the worst possible times to build a gaming PC or to get into PC gaming, or essentially to make the switch from console to PC gaming. Very important. That's one of the reasons why it's the worst possible time to make the switch to PC gaming. And this is both for new and used graphics cards. Right? Building with a new graphics card or a used graphics card. You can't find either one. They're just expensive. It's not a reason to prevent you from getting to PC gaming, but it is one of the reasons why it's the worst possible time if you were ready to make that switch or if you were ready to make that transition. But again, you could be 6 months down the road from that transition or from that choice, 7 months down the road, 5 months down the road, saving up money right now. Say you're saving up $200-300 a month, or even $150 a month. You're saving up something that way you can look back and say, where am I at 5 months? Where's the market at in 5 months from now? What can I buy now that I couldn't buy with my money, right? Because that leads us to the second reason why it's one of the worst possible times to get into PC gaming, and that's there's no new inventory. This is what makes the first reason different from the second, because video cards are expensive on both fronts. Both the used market is suffering from price inflation and opportunists, and the new market is suffering from essentially the same thing. Scalpers, opportunists, in the form of both the retailers and those who buy the cards and try to resell them. But there are no new graphics cards, right? The global semiconductor shortage and the crypto mining being more profitable and popular has made it challenging to procure, or for manufacturers to get out new series of graphics cards like the aforementioned RTX 3070 or the RTX 3060, 3060 Ti, 3080, 6700 XT, which was a graphics card I was champion for. I'm like, if there's one thing AMD can do correctly, is that's defy the semiconductor shortage issue. And of course they couldn't. After they pushed back the 6900 XT, y'all remember that? What's up, Thunder? It's good to see you, son. Thunder says what's up to everybody. But after they pushed back the 6800 XT and the 6900 XT to a common, I believe Nvidia did the same thing, but they wanted to make sure there was enough stock for the industry. What did that even mean? Because there's not enough stock even now, almost 5 months later since its launch, right? So, I mean, there's no new graphics cards. There's no new inventory, more so. And so if you wanted, that new flashy, fast graphics card, even if you had, $1,000 or the $849 to drop on a 6800 XT, and you were really looking forward to building with that graphics card or building with NVIDIA's higher end 30 series graphics card, your hopes have likely been shattered because there's essentially no new inventory, and you would likely have to pay that premium tax we talked about, even if you did want to get your hands on one of those graphics cards. I'm not going to jump over to eBay because we typically will bring it up, but they're still the prices are still inflated over there. Okay, it's about on average what I've seen Tech Radar's reporting on the 3D Center's report, where they mentioned that most graphics cards are still selling for about 81% above MSRP as of June, and that seems to be right along the lines of what I see from retailers and over on the used market, right? Very much still the same is the same case or the same issue. And this is even with new graphics cards from previous generations like the 1600 or the 1660 Ti. I want to say the 1600 series, but let's just call it for what they are. It was like four of them, right? 1650, 1650 Super, okay, six of them. 1650, 1650 Super, 1660, 1660 Ti, and 1660 Super, so five. I stand corrected, but even those graphics cards at new prices, at new price points, are being affected by the shortage, right? Or by these same opportunists and scalpers who are looking to capitalize on the situation, right? Like we mentioned, we can't blame viewers for being frustrated, sure. And there are some that are arguing that you can't blame, people for wanting to take advantage and cash in on other people's misery. Well, I'm here to tell you, you have to decide what's right and wrong for you, right? Like, what would you do? I wouldn't sell an overinflated graphics card. I would just hold on to it. Joshua says, my CPU is at current 41C, okay, min 39C, 50C. My GPU is at around 47 to 51C. I'm running a browser with 10 tabs. Main menu, Steam, Epic Launcher background. Okay, so those are ideal idle temperatures for both your CPU and GPU. I mean, those aren't bad idles at all. If you're able to run a benchmark like Furmark is free, or Cinebench, which is also free. That's a CPU, but you can also test your GPU, but I wouldn't recommend it. Download either Cinebench and or Furmark and run those stress tests and see how how hot your CPU gets under those loads. I'm probably going to go ahead and say your GPU probably won't get any hotter than 71, 75C, and your CPU would likely be somewhere around the mid 70s, more than likely on that R5 1600. Maybe mid 70s. Really depends on if you have like your tempered glass cases. If your case has tempered glass, how properly ventilated it is, and also your ambient temperature, which plays a huge role. Your ambient temperature being how hot the air is surrounding your system, because your computer is going to rely on the air around it to help keep it cool. So if the air around it is being saturated with the heat from the computer, then of course it's going to, over time, the longer your sessions, affect your other components. Now, you could also download MSI Afterburner, Josh, if you want more control of your GPU fan curve. You could download MSI Afterburner, and you could manually input a GPU speed that isn't as loud, say for you, and the games you play, right? But run those tests and see how hot your CPU gets. If it's under 85C, from the looks of it, I don't think you have a thermal paste issue, because uh, those are really decent minimums and idle temperatures. And they're not even idle because you're actually doing things in the background. I mean, they're not CPU and GPU intensive. I mean, it's more so taxing on your RAM and to some degree your CPU. but run an application that will really put a near 100%. Cinebench will put your CPU at 100. Let me switch back here really fast. Cinebench will put your CPU at 100% load, and a benchmark like Furmark will put your GPU at a non-gaming, a non-gaming load where it's more so rendering, just really butchering the GPU to see how hot it can get. Try those two tests as well, Joshua. And Cliff says, I'll sync with this shit, but all AIBs were selling thousands and thousands of GPU by the pallet load to mining farms during the height of the shortage. Yeah, and you know what? It's sad. It's sad. It really is. And that right there is frustrating. That right there is frustrating. Um, and it's like, what are you going to do? I feel like they're taking a need, the AIBs are taking a need to the crypto, to the miners. But like you mentioned, at the height of the shortage, it was really, really bad. If it's a practice that still goes on now, they're keeping it under wraps. Like they're keeping it, they're running a pretty tight ship when terms of miners kind of boasting and bragging. But I saw the post too at the height of the shortage, and I was saying, man, I'm jealous too, y'all. Like as somebody who wants to buy these products out of pocket just to review them, whether I need them or not. I have a lot of graphics cards. Almost every other graphics card I buy, I probably don't need because it's going to sit for a large amount of time because I'm not really upgrading my graphics card. I'm just creating content around it. But I was frustrated too because I'm like, man, I would just love to be able to buy a 6700 XT or a 6800 XT or an RTX 3070, which I thought was a graphics card that was going to be a popular choice among 1080p, 1440p gamers. But then even to take it down a notch, a Cliff, and that's the 5700 XT, which I still thought was a graphics card, an 8 gigabyte graphics card that held a lot of relevancy here even in 2021. But it's still very much, we don't see it rolling off, pallets by the thousands to miners, but still a graphics card that suffers a great deal, to the price situation, the GPU shortage situation. And I know I said I am not going to dive into the GPU prices, but I just wanted to bring up the 5700 XT to demonstrate this. And ouch. 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 I mean, ouch. They started the bid at $450, right? Essentially. I mean, probably. I've had to do some history, look at the bidding history on this, but chances are they started at about $400, $425, something like that. It was over $400. Only one person has bid on it. 9 days left. So, I mean, this hurts. This hurts. Would you buy a 5700 XT at the price of a 6900 XT? That hurts. This is a graphics card I thought that at what its value should be, which I imagine its valued at somewhere between $350 to $400. That kind of coincides along with the 81% average, 81% premium tax put onto most graphics cards. That would put this graphics card, at about $300 to $400, somewhere between there. And I thought it would have been worth it, and I would recommend it at the time, depending on the games you wanted to play and other, and the rest of the configuration aside. But wow, yeah. So 5700 XT off the table. Won't be reviewing that anytime soon. But yeah, seeing miners get pallets and pallets, or come on, I know if y'all seen it. You see the miner with all the graphics cards in their trunk. They have a trunk full of graphics cards. I'm like, wow, how'd you get them all? Right? Like, how'd you get them all? Just it's a highly frustrating situation to deal with. But I'm not angry at the miners. I've already upset the larger tech influencers, diehards. But I don't have anything against miners, right? Anything against miners. I don't even think it's the miners' fault. I think it's Nvidia and AMD's fault. Well, if that's the case, then um, the auto industry should be upset as well because they can't find the chips to integrate them into their newer automobiles. So that's actually causing them to also lose money as well. They can't. Their production lines have seized up. There's not enough electronic silicone to go around to the DIY industry, the automobiles, industry, cryptocurrency industry, the data centers, all of those industries are all affected by this. Joshua says, "What country are you from, and how old are you? What job did you have other than YouTube? I'm really interested, but if you don't want to answer, that's okay, I guess." No, it's hey Joshua, it's perfectly fine. Because our live streams are essentially they double as like an Ask Me Anything. Although here soon, maybe I will run a dedicated Ask Me Anything where I will open up the floodgates a little bit more to anything you guys might be interested. Some things I'm open to answering, and some I'm just not. But hey, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, so you can still ask away. I am from the States. I was born here in America. I was born over on the East Coast of America in what's called or what's referred to as the tri-state area. And you said, what job do you have other than YouTube? And I'll do a wide range of things. A wide range of things. I, build computers. I work with the youth. I've had so many different jobs. I mean, some of them not great, but at the end of the day, a job's a job. This is the one job where I've felt like I've had the most purpose. And before I was just doing it as a service. Now that I'm actually able to entertain, I've always fancied myself an entertainer. And actually, I ran a independent game studio before really doing YouTube from about 2009 to about 2013, 2014, something along the lines of there, where I just kind of took a break from content, media, and before YouTube blew up and the YouTube Partner Program, all those things. I ran a game studio here in Delaware, so I was doing that. That was fun, but I love to write, so I wanted to make sure I stayed in a field that I was able to do that. But yeah, I appreciate the questions. As you said, I'm really interested. Any other questions you may have or anybody might have, feel free to ask away. I will do my best to provide the answer for you. But all good stuff. But yep, I'm stateside. I'm over here on the East Coast, good old Maryland. But switching back here, on the subject of like we were talking about and being frustrated, seeing the pallets of GPUs go out by to miners and everything. One of the worst possible times to get into PC gaming, and I stand by this notion. I just think that there's low morale among influencers, among tech influencers. Like Cliff mentioned, you can't blame the audience for being frustrated. Absolutely, positively not. But to some capacity, I mean, this is like, will we blame? Who would politicians blame for low, for example, the labor force right now in the states, right? If they are the tech influencers and the people are the audience, right? They have the power to either inform, provide hope, solutions, or problems to the issue, or they could further dampen it and keep morale low. This is why I say it's one of the worst possible times to get into PC gaming is there's low morale amongst tech influencers, right? There's a general there's a general there's a general understanding that viewer expectation has shifted, and there isn't a viewer the demand isn't as high for say graphics card reviews, build videos, things like that. The content strategy needs to shift temporarily. I can't stress that enough. I don't want this to be a long-term issue gamers and the community and the industry has to deal with. All industries, not just the DIY industry and the gaming and the PC gaming industry, but the automobile industry, all other, all other companies that rely on the fabrication of silicone for their, electronics, all sorts of different appliances. Um, I don't think that we should continue to, you know, make the situation any more worse than it already is. I don't want to sugarcoat it either, y'all. I'm not a baker. I'm a tech creator or YouTuber. I'm not a baker, so I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Okay? But I'm not going to ignore that viewers also have full right to feel whatever emotion that may be. They could be frustrated. They could say, "Oh man, the heck with it." Z Fluent that was here earlier with us. Z-Fluent, I hope you are. I mean, Z-Fluent, I know you off platform, so I know you wouldn't hate me too much. But let's use Z-Fluent here as an example, right? Z-Fluent has said, "F it, I'm done. I don't even. I give up." I've been trying to help Z-Fluent for the last couple months. Z-Fluent got, essentially hosed on a GPU online. Bought the wrong CPU for the motherboard. Just a few minor setbacks, but just the idea of now having to actually get a GPU, and it's just it'll be so far out of the realm of their budget, has caused his morale to be low too, to even want to fully fully explore and experience the benefits of being a PC gamer. I can't look at that viewer and ascribe to the idea, say, hey, yeah, you know what? Yeah, you know what? Hey, graphics card situation sucks. Just it's PC game is dead. It's dying. Let it go. This tech influencer won't do that. I'm either going to provide clarity, hope, or instructions on how to circumvent this issue. No player in the wild. The graphics cards are out there. PC gaming has always been expensive. It's always carried a premium. That premium tax now is at an all-time high. What, more than 50%, right? That premium tax is now. Remember, MSRP was always only what they suggested the reseller price to be. That MSRP could very much have been whatever that manufacturer or whatever that retailer wanted it to be, right? If Micro Center wants to sell their products, which they do, Micro Center's CPUs and their GPUs, I went down there to buy a piece of hardware for an upcoming video, and I was going to buy it on Amazon, but there was two reasons why I didn't buy it on Amazon. One, it would have took like 14 days to get here, and I'm like, what? I could just drive, an hour up the way to Micro Center. But what really led me to want to go to Micro Center as opposed to buying it online is because I saved like some $50 driving to Micro Center. Micro Center's MSRP for that component wasn't the same as Amazon's MSRP, right? Now, Micro Center can afford to do that. They are essentially the Holmes Lowe's of, electronic enthusiasts, creators, gamers, office solutions. It's just not a gaming centric environment. They can do that. But I can't look at that member, Z-Fluent, as a member of this audience or a member of this community. I can't look at Z-Fluent and say, yeah, dude, fam, with the graphics card situation like it is, you might as well just hang it up, quit. It's dead. PC gaming is dead. It's dying. I wouldn't be much of an influencer if I'm like, not de-influencing. I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but if I'm, turning them off from the platform, I'm not influencing them. I'm doing the exact opposite, regardless of the GPU situation. I've always imagined that this too will pass, and I am incredibly frustrated with you all. Maybe not from the perspective of a viewer, because there's only a very select few tech creators I watch, and it's really more so. I like to do a lot of reading. More so falls underneath there. I know I'm like, just going on, but the tech creators I do like to watch. I'm not like a part of their community as much as I am just a part of the industry with them. So the reason why I watch them is different. I'm not really there to be entertained. I'm there to be informed, and if I need to be informed on something, I just prefer to read. It allows me to it allows me to gain the information base that I need to then present it to this community, to our community, in a clear and presentable way. But morale is low among influencers, and it's one of the reasons why it's the worst possible time to get into PC gaming. Um, I can't. I'm not here to tell you what those larger tech creators should do. Uh, every audience is different because the creators are different. All of our even if I had Jay's or Paul, any of them, even if I had their subscriber numbers, I would still be a very different personality to them, right? Compared to them, even if we all had 1 million subs, or I think Jay it might be well over. I don't know what those guys have. I don't keep up with them. Shame, shame on Lab. But if we all had the same, close to subscriber base, that subscriber metrics, then we all would still be different creators because our personalities are different, right? Joshua says, what do you think about AMD's FSR and the fact that it's widely available because it's open source? I think it's a beautiful thing. I think before we recap the reasons why you shouldn't, and why it's the worst possible time to make the transition from PC gaming, from console to PC gaming, I want to add that, well, Joshua, I think that it's a brilliant move, just like AMD did with, FreeSync by making FreeSync open source. FSR in theory works much like DLSS. Now, how much of that image quality is reduced could very much depend on you, the gamer, and the type of games you play, right? If the games aren't as graphically demanding to begin with, then maybe making that trade for an additional FPS boost for a slightly higher, resolution, as that's what FSR and DLSS does. It just re-renders the game at a lower resolution with limiting as much image reduction as possible, right? Without limiting the image quality as much as possible. FSR is doing the same thing. Now, can it breathe new life into previous generation graphics cards? I think that's the one big unknown that I am excited to not only see but experience and test. It's one of the reasons why, again, if you're new here, one, do be sure to give this stream a like for me on your way in or on your way out, and subscribe, because most importantly, these are things I do plan on testing coming up here, and that's FSR on previous generation graphics cards, 4 or 500 series RX cards, and of course, GTX 10 series cards. But again, I'm a micro influencer, and those costs are fully absorbed by me. It's not like AMD is sending me RX 500s or Red Devil is sending me 580s, right? I have to go out and procure them. So when I'm researching the used market, y'all, I'm not just like feeding y'all cereal and milk. I am there eating it with y'all because I am shopping for myself as well, trying to also find hardware that hasn't had its value diminished by opportunistic scalpers who are looking to take advantage of the global semiconductor shortage, right? Info for anything. It's good to see you, info for anything. I think this is your first time we've had the opportunity of rapping with you. A lot of first time viewers, man. I love it, love it, love it, love it. I love seeing our return viewers like XLR Gaming, Cliff, and Bad Habit, TMZ, Mrs. Amplified, and Sparta Rules, Z-Flow, and all those guys and gals. But man, I love when we have new faces come into the live show here. This is a very, very, very close knit community, and Joshua F and Info for anything, I most importantly want to welcome you two to join our community Discord. To join our community Discord, all you have to do is, for starters, sign up for our email list, because I'm going to send the invite out there first. But if you want it much sooner, you can let me know you sign up for the email list. I normally do get the notification and can see your email. But follow me on Instagram or Twitter, and I will send you the invite link so you can join our Discord. And Joshua, with having questions like that, and you needed help, if you have any issues with your system, we're there, we're available. Guys like XLR Game and Cliff, and even Tricion. I hope Tricion's still lurking. Where's Tricion? Even Tricion, they're well knowledgeable cats, right? And individuals who could help with maintaining the real time conversation over on Discord. So if we're outside of office hours, like here on a pop-up live stream or in our normal weekly live show, and you have questions like that, or you may need help with the situation, you could always jump into our Converse Discord and like feel free to ask away. It's a great experience, and I would love to have you both there. I would love to have you both, anybody, if you're not a part of our Discord. I would love to have you over on our Discord. Our Discord is a happening place. And info for anything said, that's so old school, man. I just added years onto it. I said it's a happening place, y'all. Wow. All right, but info for anything said, bro, just got my 3080 Ti. Hey, man, that's awesome, man. A great pickup, right? Great card. 3080 Ti came in a weird time, but nonetheless, we knew a Ti variant was coming, right? It took a little while because we got like the 3060 Ti and the 3070 Ti almost before we got the 3080 Ti, but awesome stuff. What did you end up pairing it with? Info for anything, let us know. With CPU, and what resolution are you gaming? Are you gaming at 1440p? Or are you gaming at 4K? It's ironic because all these fast 4K capable graphics cards, I could be wrong, but if you look at, if we're going to go by Steam's metrics, 4K gaming is still very much a very few select individuals game at that resolution. Still hasn't, picked up in popularity, but yeah, great graphics card choice. A lot of you, I know, like Cliff, a lot of you have still been able to get your hands on some of these graphics cards. So that's another reason why it's not all gloom and doom. It's doom, right? It's even gloom, but it's not all gloom and doom. There is some there's some sight of light at the end of the tunnel. It's not all just dark along this path and journey, especially with making the transition from PC gaming or from console to PC gaming. It's not all gloom and doom. And if you are just now joining us, I do want to welcome you to our weekly live experience, our weekly live show. Hit the like button for me once more again. Hit the like button for me. And subscribe if you are new to the channel. Subscribe for the vibe. Subscribe. We have a lot of upcoming relevant and helpful content. Also, that's entertaining because deep down inside, I fancy myself an entertainer, and then educator, and then content creator. Yeah, content creator falls under those many different things, but I'm a firm believer in that there is value in entertainment, um, especially if you consider, hey, if the GPU situation is full of gloom and doom, and you still want to consume the content, you would want it to be entertaining then, nonetheless, to some degree. You still want it to be entertaining. So we have a lot of helpful and entertaining content coming up here in the future. You're going to want to definitely stay tuned for. If you have stay tuned to, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, and if you have subscribed, then hey, keep your notifications on the lookout. I'm also going to start fully utilizing our email list more, so you will see email updates coming out here, no more than 2 a month though. That's a good starting point. I like to start with no more than 2 emails a month. But to help get those up to speed who just now joined us, let's jump back here really fast. All right, don't hate me, but we talked about why you should game on a PC, right? We talked about how you can't beat that personalized experience from tempered glass to RGB. Your case is one of your first components among many to stand out. Yes, your GPU cooler helps, stand out. Your graphics card of choice and it's cooler, whether it's a reference design or an add-in board design. Your case, though, is your first component to stand out, and it's one of the first um, areas that really drive the personality behind your system. But it's a very personalized experience when you game on the PC. From RGB matching up your favorite color, maybe your favorite color is red, maybe your favorite Power Ranger is red, maybe your favorite Teletubby is red. I don't know why I said Teletubby. This is like an all 35-year-old plus audience. I don't know why I said red Teletubby. But you also can't beat the highly customizable and upgradable system that you will eventually settle on, whether that's a pre-built or a system you build yourself. But you have many different brands to choose from, form factors from ATX to micro ATX to mini ITX to two style cooler, one single fan cooler, or a reference blower, water, air. You have a lot of different integrations and configurations to choose from, on top of keyboard and mouse and audio solutions. And this being able to upgrade your system as games get more and more demanding is just one of the many reasons why you also should game on a PC. With the one of the number one reasons why you should game on a PC is because it's the best way to experience video games with higher resolutions and unlocked frame rates and all that other good jazz. And then we talked about why you shouldn't game on a PC, and that's because there is a slight learning curve involved with either building the system and or researching your parts, and that's understanding the different chipset and CPU compatibility or socket compatibility, and different features that you would want in your components or your hardware. And then of course there's maintenance involved both internally and externally should you start experiencing issues with your system. Say your system is shutting off, or you're getting green screens, or I'm sorry, blue screens. You shouldn't be getting green screens. You're only getting green screens if you're in the Windows Insider program. But or you're getting like weird temperature spikes, or your fans have began to spun much faster than they did when you first started using your system. There is some level of maintenance required or involved when owning a gaming PC, and it's not for everybody, and it's one of the reasons why you shouldn't game on a PC if you're not willing to, say, familiarize yourself with that learning curve and the different levels of maintenance involved with owning a PC. It's a lot like owning a vehicle. If you own a vehicle in the past, you know that you just couldn't run your car all year without, say, getting your tires balanced and rotated, replacing the oil, adding windshield wiper fluid, or whatever the case may be, keeping your car clean. Like there is some level of maintenance involved with even owning a vehicle, a car. So one would argue that, like all machines, you want to last, right? And to some degree, as an investment, you want to maintain them so that they last a long time. And then another reason why you shouldn't game on PC is that we can't argue the simplicity of plug and play or the little setup consoles need. You just open it up, crack it up at the box, maybe update it to the latest firmware. You're good to go. Update the game. You're good to go. You don't need to do anything else. You don't need to upgrade the graphics card driver, download any additional application and or applications and software and launchers and things of that nature. You just sit down, plug and play, you're good to go. You can't argue the simplicity of plug and play. It's one of the reasons that gives consoles their purpose, because remember what I say, consoles have purpose, but PCs have character. Okay, and then we also talked about why it's the worst possible time to build a gaming PC, or more importantly, to make the transition from console to PC. And that's if you were ready to start today, right now, or yesterday, 3 days ago, 2 months ago. This one of the reasons why it's the worst possible time to build or make that transition and switch is because buying a dedicated graphics card is just expensive. Rather that's a new or used graphics card. Okay, both markets now have a premium tax attached to those products. Okay, and it's not the same as the reason beneath it, and that's there's no new inventory, because that's just pointing to the fact that there aren't new art. You can't. Chances are, if you try to walk into the store or you were on a online retailer site, not only would you obviously not see, say, 2060s and 2070s there, because they're obsolete, or they've been discontinued. More importantly, you're not going to see no new inventory. So it's one thing, this, yeah, video cards, a dedicated video card is expensive, but then there's no new inventory. There's no new graphics cards. Okay, the global semiconductor shortage is still, running rampant. It hasn't really balanced out and stabilized. Yes, the pop-up live stream we did, which again, you could find that on the playlist with our live stream specials. The pop-up live stream we did, I pointed out though that with that Tech Radar article, that we are starting to see a decrease in inflated prices, as they were as high as 114% in a German market in May, which then fell down to 81% in June. So it's an early sign, right? We don't want that number to go back up, although it did in June from 77% to 81%, but it's not a significant jump, because it's in the single digits, but it's something I will continue to monitor, as we may see new inventory materialize on some of these markets, and most importantly, your typical brick and mortar, your brick and mortar stores. I couldn't get it out, but then the last reason was morale is low amongst influencers, or among tech influencers, right? Like we talked about it a great deal a few times, where some larger tech influencers are, noticing that their views have dropped on some of their topics, right? Some of their day one reviews. So if you're new and you want to make the transition, right, over to from console to PC gaming, you might find yourself in a weird place with the morale among the people you're following to get help with those buying, for making those decisions, right? So morale is low among tech influencers, and there's no new graphics cards, there's no new inventory, and buying a dedicated graphics card is just an expensive endeavor, whether that's a new graphics card or a used graphics card, doesn't matter, right? So those were the three reasons, right? Why you shouldn't, and why it's the worst possible time to game on a PC. Now, jumping over into the second content block, and it goes back into one of the reasons why we said it's one of the, remember I told you I was going to take maybe one of the core arguments from each of those three takes, right, and fully dive into each one. That first one being that they're the native resolution and unlocked frame rates, right? This is a huge biggie. This is one of the biggest benefits, in my opinion, to why you would want to make the switch, right? And that's because especially older consoles, especially older generation consoles like the PS4 and the Xbox One, they output their games at either a resolution of between 720p and 900p, right? It depends on the game. It very much depends on the game, and then it upscales the game to 1080p. Now, this, you may have been insensitive to this. You may have not even really, noticed it. But if you look back on your experiences from playing your games, you may have said, "Man, it feels like my game is laggy, but I'm not playing an online game." Right? It just feels like the experience is choppy. Well, remember what we talked about um, on a few live streams back where we had talked where I said that games are essentially a digital flip book, right? And the smoother you want that experience to be, the more pages you need on that flip book. In this case, that's frames. Well, most console games have locked frame rates. Okay, they're typically locked at 30 FPS, or I would imagine Cyberpunk is probably locked at much lower. I would probably say Cyberpunk 2077 on the PS4 is probably locked to like 20 FPS, 20 to 22 FPS. And this is done just to help the game run at a stable frame rate, or how at least to maintain a stable frame rate. This is typically 30 FPS, but it's usually even lower than that, much like I had used in the example with Cyberpunk 2077. I've seen the game running at single digit FPS. The example that I give, and so many different, so many different stories that I share, what made me want to make the switch. Like when I said I was just through, like I was over it. I said I was when I was playing Mad Max. I was playing the new Mad Max game, and I'm just like, man, if you're unfamiliar with how Mad Max plays, it plays a lot like how the Arkham Asylum games plays, right? It's like it's heavy combo and fluent movement, and it relies on precision, button presses and timing. And I was just like rocking this combo, and the game just started like dropping to under 5 FPS. It was horrible. I just turned it off. Like I was so frustrated, I turned it off. I turned it off. I love playing video games. They're my favorite pastime. They've always been. I've shared that at the 1 year anniversary live stream. And so you should know how much it hurt me to turn it off. Like I was really distraught that this was the experience that was being presented, to me at the time. And it's one of the reasons that made me say, you know what, I'm done with console. I'm ready to make the switch. And I myself, from that day on, had made the switch. And guess what, fam? I haven't played on a console ever since, right? Like I have not played on a console ever since then. That was the last console game I played was Mad Max. Was that game, right? And that's because the game, I did a little bit of research. The game was being rendered at 900p, right? And then upscaled to because I was playing on a 1080p TV. But even then, with being rendered at 900p on an Xbox One, classic Xbox One, I wasn't even maintaining the 30 FPS that it was locked at. So this is one of the reasons why making this switch, making all of the efforts that's required to switch from a console to PC gaming is worth it, especially with native resolution and an unlocked frame rate. Cliff had mentioned earlier, one of our members here in the audience, Cliff had mentioned earlier that you as a gamer, you are in control of your experience and how you want to experience your games. You can't do that on a console. It's one of the biggest gripes I have with consoles. It's limited, it's limited ability for you to tweak your settings to have a more tailor-made experience, right? If I wanted to play Mad Max on Xbox One and Nazel or Nasal wanted to play Mad Max on Xbox One, then we would both have that same experience. There's nothing we could do that would make the experience better. Not switching out the hard drive. Nothing we can do that would give us more FPS. It's out of our control. But if we were playing Mad Max on a PC, I was playing at 1440p, Nasal was playing at 1080p, then maybe, I could lower my graphic settings to get a more stable frame rate, better minimum 1% lows. Maybe Nasal would have to tweak their game settings so they're more balanced at 1080p between both their CPU and GPU. This is the benefit of gaming at a native resolution. You are in control of the resolution you want to play the game at. You are in control of the settings you want to play the game at to achieve a frame rate that is playable to you. 60 might be the median and enough for a core, member of the gaming industry, right? Or the gaming community. But the higher the better. Some say once you go 144 or even 240, a lot of users have said, I can't go back. Once I'm on a 240 hertz panel, excuse me, I get motion sickness with trying to game on 120 hertz. Like that 2x in the refresh rate really does a significant, makes a significant difference in the fluidity of the game and how you handle motion in a game, right? The smoother your FPS, the higher your FPS, the more competitive that makes you, right? The better your experience. Now, why are both of these a good thing? Native resolution and unlocked frame rate. And I want to add because it goes exactly with what I was just mentioning, what I was just saying. The higher the frame rate, the smoother the gameplay and movements. The higher the resolution and graphic settings, the higher the detail and realism where applicable in your games. You are in control of your experience and how your games look, feel, and play. A benefit that's not awarded to, you know, console gamers over on, maybe if you play on a console and you can't get a PS5, maybe you wanted a PS5 and you likely couldn't get one, or maybe you wanted an Xbox Series S or an SX. I've been calling it here lately an Xbox Series SX. Maybe you wanted an Xbox Series SX, maybe you wanted a PS5. And guess what, fam? Sony and Microsoft too are hurting from the semiconductor shortage, right? Remember how consoles are made with using custom, especially with the PS5 and Xbox SX. Okay, they are made under custom AMD components. Components made after RDNA 2, I believe, and Zen 3. So, yeah, if the desktop, the DIY market is having an issue getting getting that same silicone, so are the console manufacturers. This is why you can't find a console right now in 2021. This is why it's just not the tech demic, right? It's just not for the PC gaming community. Our console brothers and sisters are affected. Those who say are in that category of not wanting to make the transition, right? Saying that, well, PC game is not worth it. I don't want to deal with the maintenance. I don't want to deal with, the learning curve. Okay? I like the simplicity. I just want to plug my console in and play it. That's what I want. You can't argue that. You can't argue that. But one thing I can argue is that, as you can see here, 15 FPS compared to 30 compared to 60. Now, hopefully, because again, well, YouTube has a max refresh rate, and I am streaming at 1080p 60 hertz. So, maybe this will be smooth enough for you to to notice a significant difference. But again, the higher the higher your frame rate, the smoother your gameplay, the less choppy it's going to feel. As you can see with the text moving back and left to right with 15 FPS, it's significantly less, more janky and jagged than, say, the title moving back and forth at 60 FPS. So much more smoother going back and forth. 30 is like, it's better than 15. Duh, 30 is higher than 15. It should be, it should be marginally different. It's 2x the FPS output. So it should feel a little smoother. And yes, 30, as you can see, 30, even just looking at 30 compared to 15. And then think about it. Some users on the PS4 were experiencing, Cyberpunk 2077 running less than that. 10, 12 FPS, 22 FPS. Most games, from what I see over on the console, especially on classic consoles, they are running between 22 and 24 FPS. They're barely achieving 30. Now, some games, yes, like Call of Duty, first-person shooters, they run at 720p 60 hertz, right? But they're downscaled to 720p, and then you're upscaling it to 1080p if you're on a 1080p TV. But this is the reality of it. The higher the refresh rate, the smoother your gameplay, right? The more fluid your games are going to feel. The higher the graphic settings, the higher the detail and realism you will get in your games. It's one of the reasons native resolution, and it's just switch it back here, native resolution and unlocked frame rates. Two of the biggest reasons why you should be gaming on the PC, or again, it makes the transition from gaming on a console to gaming on a PC. It makes the transition worth it. Now, not only is having the luxury of gaming at a native resolution and unlocked frame rate super huge positive for PC gamers, right? But one of the biggest reasons why you would want or benefit to making that transition from console to PC gaming is multi-monitor support, right? And that's your ability to have, as the title implies, support for more than one monitor. This could be two, this could be up to three. Really depends on your graphics card and your hardware setup. But multi-monitor support is ideal for streamers and creators, right? And it adds an extra level of immersion in certain games, racing games, and like Microsoft Flight Simulator, just to name a few. I personally am a fan of ultra wide of 21 by 9 aspect ratio, 3440 by 1440p, the ultra wide resolution. Super huge fan of that resolution. I do run a multi-monitor setup though for the configuration, but as a base, I'm just always normally on my ultra wide when it comes to me running my games. But this is ideal for streamers if you want to say have your monitor for your game, monitor for your chat, monitor for your backend to monitor your platform or whatever program you're using to stream and encode. This is where I said earlier in the live stream that it's so much more with your PC, or I'm sorry, with your console. Your console can just, play games. You can play games on your console. Sure, you're likely limited. You can also stream, but you're still very much limited in the functionality behind that stream. When it's a PC, right? When you're gaming on a PC, you can have multiple monitors set up. This is helpful for creators if you're editing your videos, or if you run a gaming channel and you want to edit your gameplay clips. Having multiple monitors can make that a much easier endeavor and accelerate your workflow to help you pump out your content. This can also be had with a wide range of connections, right? From HDMI to DisplayPort or even the legacy connector DVI. And it can also be had on low to mid tier graphics cards. Graphics cards as low as like the GTX 970, the RX 550, and possibly even lower, all the way down to say the 770 and the 780 Ti, right? Even if you play, even if you play not as demanding games like Minecraft. Let's say you want to stream Minecraft, right? You want to stream Minecraft. Minecraft isn't a demanding, a graphically demanding game. Even having that multi-monitor setup, yeah, you can stream Minecraft from your console, right? But you're still very much limiting the functionality of your content. Make that transition from console to PC gaming. Get on the PC platform. That way you could enhance or level up the functionality of your content or the functionality of your show if you're a content creator, right? If you're a content creator, then I'm sure you've already experienced the difficulty of trying to create content on just your console. You need a PC. You need to make that transition because once you make that transition, unless there's compelling reasons for you to stay on the consoles, right? To stay gaming on the console, maybe that's what your audience expects. Chances are, once you see that you can get much better fidelity in terms of graphics and refresh rates by making that transition, by switching over to the PC as a platform, you're not going to want to go back to your console. You're going to stick to your PC setup with your multi-monitor support and your fancy aesthetics and peripherals and all your personality behind the rest of your setup and configuration. But again, multi-monitor can be had on or you can have multi-monitor support on lower end you don't need a high-end graphics card to run a multi-monitor setup. You just don't. Okay? And between those two reasons, it's one of the reasons why you from the reasons given above, uncapped frame rates and native resolution, multi-monitor support. Those are just one of the biggest benefits that you get that you don't have, an offering over on console. That's like it's just not there. Sure, you can't upgrade your hardware in a console. That's obvious, right? But the little things like multi-monitor support, being able to tweak your game settings to have a gameplay experience that's akin to you and the type of games you like to play. If you like to play Minecraft, you may not need to jump into your graphic settings. You be content with whatever the game defaults your settings to be based off of your hardware. But I like to play single player story driven games. Games like Dying Light, games like Skyrim, The Witcher 3. I like to play games like that. Now typically those games come with a higher a higher graphic settings. You can change your games in and really tweak how you want the game to feel and look. And I think that experience is so different between most of us. We all want to experience games in a different way because what may look, great to me may not look great to you. What may feel smooth to me may not feel smooth to you. But on a PC, we have the luxury of tweaking the game settings the way it fits our own individual styles. You can't do this on a console. This is why PC gaming as a platform is the best way to experience a video game because you have almost like godlike abilities and powers within the constraints of your hardware and its settings to tweak the game to make it look and feel a way that is aesthetically pleasing to you as a game, as a well packaged game. It's one of my favorite things to do when I'm playing up a new game and I know there's a wide range of graphic settings. Although I got as the base system, I use a 2080 Ti. I don't even use the RTX 3090 that's on Core Shredder, but I use a 2080 Ti as the base GPU for this configuration or this system. And even then, I find myself going in. I'm like, oh well, I know can run the game at a decent, refresh rate, but I like to stay as close to above my monitor's refresh rate as possible, which on my MSI Mag 341CQ is 100 hertz. So in all the games I like to play, I like to try to balance the graphic settings to where I am at least over, that 100 hertz. That way the game feels as smooth as possible, right? That may require me to go in and make a few changes here and there, but that's a part of the process I liked. Remember how let me switch back here. Remember how in the previous couple live shows I had said try to familiarize yourself with as much as the process as possible, all of the nuances, right? And don't look at things like tweaking your game settings as something you should loathe or hate. Accept it. Know that it's actually a tool you have in your arsenal that will help you find that balance between gameplay and gameplay, graphics, and refresh rate. Don't ignore your in-game settings, right? Embrace them. Familiarize yourself with them. So important to finding a well-balanced experience. Now, one of the one of the biggest downsides, because remember we had two goods, two positives, one negatives, but right now it is an unusual market during unusual times, and that is because it goes in with the narrative with a lot of what we've been discussing and a lot of what we've been talking about. Man, I said I was going to make it during this live show and not drop the ball, but the live stream fumbling earlier and just YouTube ending the stream just really has me still kind of still a little bored about it, but it's all right. Like I said, the show is going to continue. The show is going to go on, but you need to deploy unusual tactics and methods to acquire a dedicated graphics card, right? It falls under the category of why it being one of the worst times to make the transition from console to PC gaming, right? Why it's one of the worst times to make that transition because, you either have to take a gamble or a risk with the used market, right? And that's say maybe I'll go with the used graphics card, or maybe I can get lucky on the secondhand market with buying a new sealed graphics card, right? But those are unusual approaches that we wouldn't have had to have taken or taken prior to the techdemic. Now, turning to the secondhand market for new and used cards has its pros and its cons, right? With used graphics cards, regardless of the generation or class, with used graphics cards, you're going to be at a price range of about $400 to $600. Here in my reference picture, you could see this is from OfferUp. Some prices of some, if you could see some of them fall within that category, like the MSI GTX 1060, right? Or in the previous slide, that was over on the Facebook Marketplace where we saw a GTX 970 for $250. Not bad, but still about 50 to almost 100% more than what that graphics card is really worth. I sold my GTX 970 2 years ago for $90. So that was 2 years ago. And even then, I think that was a pretty good deal, as it was probably worth about 120 to 125. But I'm all about passing down that value to the next person, as I was able to retain some profit from the sale but you know, I didn't want to make it overly priced just because I had the product. But with a used graphics card, you would start with a budget of at least $400 to $600, just starting out. And remember, we did our walkthrough, excuse me, where we laid out our system. Had to take a quick sip, wet the whistle. But we did our system configuration with a system of with a $1,400 budget. And out of that $1,400 budget, we priced out our core components, our keyboard, our monitor, our audio solution, our internet solution, our monitor, all of those, everything but a graphics card. And what we had left over was about $400 to $500 left for a graphics card of any generation or class, rather that be used or one we could find that's heavily overpriced and that's new sealed. But it did take about a budget of between $400 to $600 to get a capable graphics card. You can say opt in for a lower generation, say like an R9 300, insert any class, or 400, or GTX 700 series, or 5 or 600 series, and you would just be slightly under there. But to get under that price point, say $200 and below, $300 and below, or like a GTX 1050 Ti. Like I mentioned, I saw a MSI single fan GTX 1050 Ti, which I believe it's right there, the mini, for $200, right there underneath of new GPU costs. If you can see that, that is selling for $200. So, you know, you could obviously stoop down a little lower, but to avoid any potential system bottlenecks, if you're going with a higher end i7 or i9 or i5 or R5 or R7, then you may want to consider upping that GPU budget to make sure you're getting a fast GPU that's going to be able to keep up with your CPU, right? Very important. And then with new graphics cards, here's where it gets doom and gloom, if you will, right? But that will require you for a dedicated graphics card on the new front, okay, it's going to run you about $800 to $1,100. Regardless of what that graphics card is, what year it came out. It could be a 5700 XT. We were just looking at 5700 XTs. Some of them were new. I believe some of them were new. And they were selling for about $1,000. Okay, between $900 to $1,000. Even then, if you wanted to get, say, I see some RTX 3060s selling for between $800 to $900. These are new graphics cards, okay? Not graphics cards that are used and say they're from previous generations or previous classes, but these are new graphics cards. And they're all about 50 to 60%, maybe even more, depending on the market and the card. They're all about 50 to 60% above MSRP on both market segments. And this is why I said you need to deploy unusual tactics and methods to acquire a dedicated video card. If you're looking to buy one from a private seller, maybe you have some wiggle room. Maybe you can get them to come down about $50 if they want to make the sale. See, they have all of the power. The buyers, right, the sellers, I'm sorry, right now have all the power because they have a product that's in high demand and they can determine the price category of said product, right? Typically, that kind of power is reserved to the consumers, MSRP. But now it's being left to the sellers. The sellers are determining how much they want these products to sell for, and they're almost all selling for about 60. I said 50 to 60, but it's about 60 to 80% above MSRP. An easy 50 to 60% MSRP. And it's that price inflation that is the culprit behind the premium tax PC gamers are forced to endure, right? Your other core components, or what I call your core components, because your GPU is the essential among core components. That is the essential component among core components. Your CPU, your RAM, and your motherboard. Fam, listen. Those are arguably just as important. Yes, we all want the mighty graphics card because we want to render frames. We want to crank up the graphics settings. We want high FPS and high frame rates and all that good stuff, and that's perfectly fine. But your motherboard, CPU, and RAM, those are all very much core components, while your GPU is an essential component among core components, right? But your motherboard, CPU, and RAM, all of those can be had at MSRP for the most part, with the exception of the still rare 5950X and 5900X. Those two CPUs, it's just more. I'm not going to get into it anymore because I told y'all I lost double-digit subscribers saying controversial things here as of lately. Although in my opinion, they're not anything bad. They're just honest. But you got to understand how AMD makes money by selling more lower end CPUs versus a little bit of higher end CPUs. I ain't going to tell you it's manufactured, but I am going to tell you it's slightly forced. AMD knows what they're doing. There's a reason why you can't find 5950Xs and 5900Xs, but you can find 5600Xs and 5800Xs abundantly. But not going to get into that. Those are enthusiast level chips, and there are still valid alternatives on the market should you be interested in a high consume, maybe not on the desktop platform or the desktop market, because Intel, you're limited to 10 cores on their consumer market or their consumer chipset, the LGA 1200 chipset. You're limited to 10 cores, and on the AM4 socket, depending on your motherboard or your chipset, you're limited to either 12 or 16. So if that's something your workload calls for, consider amping up to a higher end chipset like X299 or X399. But that inflation, that price hike, that is the culprit of that premium tax that I've been discussing and talking about throughout the duration of this live stream. I've just recently branded it the premium tax, right? It's the premium tax because if PC gaming is the best way to experience video games, that premium has now come at an all-time high tax. Excuse me, PC gaming has always been expensive. I've always said that. PC gaming has always been expensive, right? Some of these reasons that we've mentioned in this live stream have been some of the same arguments that console gamers have based their reluctancy to make the transition to begin with. Years before the techdemic, years before graphics cards became hard to find, most console gamers were saying, "Oh well, PC gaming is too expensive, and I don't want to have to upgrade my parts." They'll buy new consoles every 2 years, but they don't want to upgrade. They don't want to upgrade their parts, right? And Joshua says, hello again. So back when I bought my PC in 2018, RAM was pretty expensive, right? So we have somebody who lived the 2018 RAM, debacle we went through. It's so forgotten that, yeah, in 2018, I mean, RAM was it was priced out of existence, fam. 32 gigabyte dual channel or dual kit of DDR4 was running you about $600. It was crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But Joshua says, and my father wanted to buy from a specific retailer. Unfortunately, they only had 4x4 gigabyte sticks instead of the two 8 gigabyte sticks. Yeah, so it's almost like the retailer sold you what they wanted you to buy. And could they have had those two 8 gigabytes of, could they have what you were looking for? Maybe. But maybe it was in their interest to sell you a lot of what they had. Because with that situation during that time, most people would have opted in for the 2 sticks of 8 gigabyte versus the 4 sticks of 8 gigabyte, or 4 gigabyte sticks. Couldn't get it out. And it goes to, let me give you a little story time here really fast. I'll never forget when I had went into a GameStop years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago, and I believe it was when one of the Maddens came out, Madden 18 or Madden 17. I was in the GameStop buying it, and there was somebody in there wanting to buy GTA 5. Just came out, just came out on the newer consoles or something to that extent. Somebody was in there wanting to buy GTA 5. The cashier told him, "Oh well, we don't have any new new disc. We only have pre-owned disc." And the person didn't want to buy a pre-owned. They wanted it new. "Oh man, I really want it new." And you sure? They like, "Yeah, we don't have any. You can buy you can buy a pre-owned, buy a used." The person, reluctant as they were, went ahead, pulled the trigger, say, "All right, I guess I'll buy it." I walked up to him. I'm like, "Wow, I'm really shocked. You guys don't have any new Grand Theft Auto, any new versions of Grand Theft Auto 5." This guy, no cap, told me they have them. They just pushed the sales of pre-owned games over new games, and he just straight up lied to that person. And I was just like, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Not a very good practice long term in my honest opinion. One, I'm a firm believer of karma, and two, I just think that that's just shady business practice. And I never looked at GameStop the same to this day. And I haven't bought well, first of all, that might have been the last GameStop game I've ever bought. No, I bought Mad Max. I did buy Mad Max. And the Order 1886 or 18 something other, that game, oh my gosh, don't even get me started. You want me to rant? I pre-ordered that game. I haven't pre-ordered a game since then, but I pre-ordered that game, beat it in one day, and I'm a slow gamer. If y'all haven't seen on the pop-up live streams, y'all know, like, Lab's a slow gamer. I'm a slow gamer, and I beat it within like a day, and I was shocked. I'm like, wait a minute, it usually takes me a good week to beat a game. What happened here? I felt so like let down that I think that was the last time I even paid $60 for a game. I don't think I've paid $60 for a game ever since then. But, you know, it is what it is. Steam summer sale is coming up, so that's a good thing. Joshua says, now I have 4 gigabyte sticks. Should I make a transition to 8x2 or 2x16? Because of dual channel, is it the convenience worth it to sell my current RAM and upgrade to dual channel? No, not necessarily. I say you're fine. You know, you're fine with your current RAM configuration, unless you maybe say wanted to opt for a faster, a faster kit. Typically, you get better speeds with going with going with dual channel versus four rank, filling all four of your DIMMs. But this could very much depend on your motherboard. But I'm not sure what your RAM speed now, what your current RAM speed is, but if you wanted to opt for a faster kit, maybe that could be one reason why. But it's not that big of an issue, even if you did want to do it, as replacing RAM is a pretty cut and dry process, unless you have like a large heatsink or something in the way, and you need to remove the heatsink to remove your RAM. Trust me, it's possible. But no, I wouldn't sell your current RAM. I would hold on to it. I'd hold on to it. But speaking of, let's switch over here. We're talking about the premium tax. Now, if you didn't want to go to graphics card, the upcoming 5700G and 5600G, the 8-core 16-thread integrated CPU and 6-core 12-thread integrated CPU could be options and choices for you to go with. And I see you said your current speed is 2666 megahertz. With an R5 1600, I really think you're in a comfortable speed. I would recommend you upgrade your RAM when you're ready to upgrade your CPU, as any other generation of Ryzen is going to have a better integrated memory controller on board the PCB, and which would then support faster rated memory speeds. I can tell you now, with a Ryzen 1600, the fastest you're going to be able to dial in terms of your memory will probably be 2933 megahertz from my experience. So 2666 megahertz, you're in a very sweet spot. One of the most popular videos on my channel, let me switch back here really fast. One of the most popular videos on my channel demonstrates, running your RAM, and that was with a Ryzen 5. It was a 1600X, essentially same CPU, it's just slightly higher boost clock, but I demonstrated the difference in, say, 2133 megahertz, that's DDR4's default speed, versus 2666 megahertz versus 2933 megahertz. The biggest difference was going from 2133 megahertz, of course, to 2666 megahertz. There was some performance upgrade going from 2666 to 2933, but it wasn't that, significant to like force the issue. If your system is completely stable at 2666 megahertz, you're perfectly fine to leave it at that speed. Now, again, with the 1600, I believe that's the fastest memory supported on that chip. So consider switching to, say, a dual channel kit when you're ready to upgrade your CPU to a faster CPU, and then you're able to, say, run 3200 megahertz on Zen 2 on up, or 3200 megahertz on Zen Plus on up, depending on the motherboard chipset. Which I can't remember if what chipset your motherboard, what motherboard you're running. Are you on a B550 chipset? X470, B350, X370 with the Ryzen 5 1600. I imagine you're somewhere along the lines of like a probably a B350 motherboard or an X370 motherboard if you're already an enthusiast chip. But since it's a non-X variant, I would likely say you're probably on a B350 motherboard. But let us know what chipset you're on. I could be wrong. But you know, you could if buying a GPU is that big of an issue for you, and you say I can't pay that inflated price, Lab, I can't do it. What are some other alternatives? A $119, $120 X570 motherboard, and a 5700 upcoming 5700G, which is set to release in August. So if you want to continue to save up, you say, all right, what do I need, Lab? I need a case. I need, memory. I need a CPU cooler, right? I need a, these will likely come with stock coolers as they have 55 watt TDPs. So you figure the Wraith Stealth has a 65 watt TDP rating. So I wouldn't be surprised if these come with stock coolers. So you may or may not need a stock cooler, but you're going to need a case, power supply, storage. Okay. You won't need a graphics card. This is especially for you. And it doesn't even have to be a 5700G or a 5600G, right? You can drop it down to say a 3400G or even a 2400G. This can work out for you, especially if you don't plan on playing graphically demanding games, right? Or you're building a system for one of your children, like a young child. Maybe they want to play Roblox. Hey, y'all, I said it right, Roblox. I didn't butcher the name. I did butcher the name. I got it right. But, this is games like Minecraft, games like Roblox and Fortnite. They run perfectly fine. I want to say perfectly fine, but they run well at both 1080p. And again, one of the benefits of being on a console is that you have the luxury to, manipulate your graphic settings, right? Or to change your resolution, your native resolution. So even if your games aren't running well at 1080p, with an integrated CPU or an APU like a 5700G or a 3400G or 2400G, you can drop your resolution down to like 1280 by 720p or to 900p where it's console-esque. Now, one of the benefits here goes into the second argument as to why I said you should be gaming on a PC, is that you could very much still add a dedicated graphics card to a configuration that features either one of these CPUs as your needs scale or as they change, as your games become more and more demanding or you want to run them at a higher graphic settings. You could continue to save up and then add a dedicated video card down the road. These are very much two still capable graphics or CPUs on the Zen 3 architecture. And they do support hyperthreading. So if you have a workflow that requires you to say, I still want to stream games, Lab, can I still stream on this system? If I say add an RX 580 or a 1660, or I bought a 2060 Super off the used market or a 2060, can I just slot this in here? Can I still stream? Yes, you very much could. These CPUs support hyperthreading and up to 8 and 6 cores respectively. Okay, they also have high boost clock frequency. So as your games change, right? Say you go from playing Minecraft and Roblox and Fortnite, now you want to run Warzone. Now you want to play graphically demanding games like The Witcher 3, Skyrim. You have the ability, right? It goes with that second argument we had in the first slide, with being able to upgrade your hardware, especially as your needs shift and change. You could start out with games that aren't as graphically demanding. Maybe you want to play some Rainbow Six Siege. Maybe you want to play some Counter-Strike Go, Dota 2, right? League of Legends. Maybe you want to play games like that. And then in your downtime, when you're not playing competitive arena-based games like those, you want to sit down and immerse yourself in a single-player story-driven game, right? Like Shadow of Mordor, or I keep using as an example, The Witcher 3, Skyrim. Why are those the only ones that come to mind? But anyway, you get the picture. You get the idea. You have a lot of choices from this, even with just this starting point from a base hardware configuration. 16 gigabytes of RAM, about $109 that'll run you, right? $30, $40 aftermarket cooler, $120 motherboard, $50 to $60 for a power supply unit, which make sure you leave yourself, room for upgradability down the road. That's something we talked about last week's live stream. And again, you can find all of the links to these products we talk about, and not these because they're not out yet, but like the 3400G and the 2400G, and the links to some of these videos you can find all down in the description box below. Don't head there now, though. I don't want you to leave. We're just getting ready to jump into, arguably one of uh, the important factors to take into consideration when making this transition. But I wanted to highlight the use of integrated CPUs or CPUs that have graphics on board. Is that I don't want you to feel completely discouraged by the graphics card situation by saying, "Hey, I can't get a graphics card. I don't even want to play now," right? But with a budget of about 600 to 700 bucks, even with this configuration, you're not excluded from a lot of the core games that are popular right now. I see polls and I see just different polls from like Twitter and even YouTube where they're asking their communities, well, hey, if you want this gaming PC, what would be the first game you download? And like Minecraft just be leading the race in almost all of them. All the races I've seen, Minecraft is like in the lead. But Minecraft is a game you don't necessarily need to benchmark. It can run on a potato, right? And last time I checked, it was locked at your monitor's refresh rate. But I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. Okay, and Josh said I have a X370. So okay, yeah. I've got the Gigabyte GA X370 motherboard. There was basically a B350 version as well, which was barely cheaper or at the same price. It was the cheapest ATX Mobo at the time. I think it was $60 to $70 or something. I mean, cheapest X370 ATX Mobo. Yeah, it's not bad for an X370 motherboard. It's still very much the enthusiast chipset. Um, and I believe you're supported all the way up to Zen 2. Could be wrong, right? Depends on if Gigabyte has released a BIOS update to support, CPUs beyond Zen Plus, but at least you have some flexibility to upgrade on that chipset. And even with your system that you say you bought in 2018, you still have a lot of room to enhance your experience or add to your experience, right? So, yeah, if you're considering upgrading your RAM, considering, selling both those at the same time. If you wanted to upgrade to a CPU, bundle it together. Or if you want to make a whole complete platform switch. If you say, you know what, because in my opinion, bundles sell faster. Say you presented that X370, that Ryzen 5 1600, and 16 gigabytes of RAM as one package, and whatever you would value that at based on your market. Which I see you said you're in Germany, so shout out. We got German fam in the house. That's what's up. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. On a side note, that Tech Radar article that I referred to was actually from a German retailer site called 3D Center. It was their report that they put out about how they are noticing the reduction in GPU prices. So, yeah, shout out to them. Shout out to our foreign friends and fam. I love it either way. But that's not a bad deal. Not a bad price for an X370 motherboard, even by today's standards. If somebody was looking for something entry level just to get started and getting their foot in the door, right? Which again could be had on a CPU with integrated graphics. Now, we talked about, you know, the benefits, unlock frame rates and multi-monitor support, and how, you have to deploy unusual tactics and methods to procure a dedicated video card, or some alternatives to buying a dedicated video card, like going with uh, a CPU with integrated graphics, like the upcoming 5700G and 5600G, and the 3400G, 3200G, 2400G, and 2200G. Again, if you're interested in those CPUs and you're here on the replay, you can find them in the description box below. And if you're here in the live chat with me right now and you're hanging out and you're like, hey, wait a minute, what's he talking about? I don't need a GPU. I played those games. I only want to play Minecraft. I don't have a lot of money. I don't want to drop $1,400 on a system. With a graphics card, I don't need a graphics card. There are other choices and options. Yes, there is. Especially if you still want a better experience than a console, in my opinion. And it's just the very idea of being able to run your games natively, right, is one of the biggest upsides. One of the biggest upsides. You can control how the game is presented to you, even when you are hardware limited. And Joshua says it still has the F1 BIOS, but it said on the packaging it supports Ryzen 2000 as well, but not Zen 2. Interesting. So that's even, I mean, don't go by the packaging too. In my honest opinion, I would tell you to look at the Gigabyte's website. Matter of fact, here really fast. Let me bring it up. Here really fast. I'll bring it up, and we can look at the product page. You said it's the Gigabyte. Not gigabait, gigabyte. Not gigabait, gigabyte. It's the Gigabyte GA GAA X370. All right. Oh, I guess I better switch back so you lovely guys and gals can see it, huh? All right. So, correct me if I'm wrong at any time. Just like the last time we brought up another member in the audience's motherboard. But if is this your model? Is this your Gigabyte GAA X370? Even if it's not, I'm gonna go ahead and mosey all along with the reason on why I bought this up, and that's because what I would recommend is, because for starters, this says AMD Ryzen, you know, 3000 ready, which is Zen 2. But if we come over here to support, and this is what I recommend you do during your research process if you're unsure. I think we had talked about this in our, motherboard live stream where we talked about, understanding your motherboard. But you want to go down here to support or BIOS. Look at your BIOS and read your, read your notes and description to see. As I see, you said no, it's orange, but it's color aesthetic aside. I bet it's the same model, GAA X370. Revision 1X, but even if it's not, just make sure even down to the revision that the motherboard matches up. But for the sakes of simplicity of this argument, let's see when the BIOS update was dropped for Ryzen 3000 support. And even and there was even a BIOS update for this board to support third generation Ryzen. Interesting. So that's Zen 3. So this motherboard in 2019 got a BIOS update to support third generation Ryzen CPUs. Oh, okay, the X370M AX370M DS3H. Okay. That's all right. Let's do this. Gigabyte X370 AX370 Gigabyte AX3, just to be sure. And I promise we'll move right on to the next part of the conversation. But all right. So now we're on and I've worked at this motherboard, but the B450 variant. In fact, the video we did with the Fortnite gaming PC, I believe this was the B450 variant of this motherboard. But even then, so this motherboard too is saying it's compatible with Ryzen 1000, 2000, and 3000. So this too had got a BIOS update to support third generation Ryzen. But if we go over here, let's go to the BIOS update segment and see when that BIOS update was implemented to support third generation Ryzen. Here we go. So, excuse me, it's the same BIOS revision that the other motherboard got, the GA non-M X370 motherboard got, and that's what the F40 BIOS update. So that BIOS update got support for Ryzen 3000, and let's see when it got support for Ryzen 2000, or it might have supported Ryzen 2000 out of the box, which appears to be the case. Joshua says, I like to have the BIOS updated, but I'm too scared to get it messed up since I've heard that it's pretty risky and time consuming. Well, I will tell you it's definitely more of the former and not the latter. It's not very time consuming outside of just the process of setting up. Now, ironically, it goes back to the one of the reasons why you don't want to game on a PC and why it's not for everybody, and that's that maintenance that's involved, or and the learning curve that's involved. But more so the maintenance that's involved, it's either going to cost you time or it's going to cost you money to achieve these things or to fix these things, right? So if you wanted to run with a Ryzen 5 3600, which would be a huge boost, right, of performance for you versus the Ryzen 5 1600. If you wanted to go with a Ryzen 5 3600 or 3800X, you wanted more cores, two more cores, four more threads, and you wanted to upgrade to this BIOS, you're either going to have to learn to do it yourself, take that risk, which if you follow the steps, there's not much risk involved. You just need to be familiar with the process. And if you're not, it's perfectly fine. Or you'd have to pay somebody to, achieve that upgrade, right? Now, it could work out for you if you say, hey, I have the CPU. I know there's a BIOS update for it. You're in a better place to do it because you have a compatible CPU already, and you could update the BIOS before upgrading to that CPU. So it's much easier to do it that way, right? But with the CPU and everything ready for that system integrator or that service tech, all in one swoop, they can upgrade the BIOS for you, replace the CPU. You're done. Maybe they might charge you a flat $100. I don't know. Hey, I know it's different. You're over in Germany, so it's different. But whatever they would charge you, it's better for them to do it all at one time, as opposed to say, hey, I'm gonna charge you $50 to update the BIOS. Come back when you got the CPU. I would much say, hey, get the CPU. We know there's a compatible BIOS. There shouldn't be any issue. I see it says if you're using QFlash utility to update the BIOS, make sure you update it to BIOS F331. I wouldn't recommend using QFlash in this instance. I would just do it the traditional way, right? But it's more, I mean, it's more risky than it's time consuming, and there's not a lot of risk involved so long as you are following these steps appropriately. But I mean, this is one of the reasons why it don't go by just the packaging, because there could have been like the motherboard came out in 2018 and it was probably the package was probably designed in 2017 and they weren't sure if it was going to be, the manufacturers didn't even know about Ryzen 3000 during this time, so they wouldn't know if it would be compatible. So even though it was on the box, the BIOS update was later introduced, right, a year later, to support the newest generation of Ryzen CPUs. No support for Ryzen 3000 or 5000. That's all good though. Still a heck of an upgrade on an X370 chipset. It's a wide range of CPUs, and not all the X370 chipset, not all motherboards got the microcode to even support Ryzen 3000 series CPUs. Joshua says, I don't like to let others work on my PC. I like to do everything myself. And I totally respect that, and I totally resonate with that. And I tell you what, Josh, if you're comfortable with, say, installing your new CPU and you want help, I could walk you through the process of doing it or help you along the way. As you can see here, if I did want to download this BIOS, I would first, I don't have it by me. Do I have it by me? No, I don't. But I want to make sure I have a USB drive that's been formatted to the FAT32 format. Download the BIOS update, right? And in most cases, you don't have to rename it since you're not using QFlash, but download the BIOS update. Plug it into the appropriate USB slide on your motherboard. Jump into the BIOS. Go into the utility to update the BIOS, and the system essentially does its own thing from there. But I do plan on talking about this in a great deal in the upcoming video, so do keep a lookout for that, as I'm going to talk about updating your BIOS and show you more of those steps I just mentioned and what all you need to have on board before you, say, jump into wanting to take that risk, right? Because there are all things that deal with electronics. There are some risk involved with making that, with updating your BIOS, but it's essentially pretty straightforward, so long as you have guide and a little help along the way. But I totally understand. I totally understand. Nothing wrong with wanting to get your hands dirty and work with your hardware is what I'd recommend. But speaking of, jumping into the third content block, and that is, when you are ready to take the next step, right? So, if you're new on the journey and you haven't started yet, right? You haven't even started the journey yet. Like, what's the first step you should take when you're ready to make the leap? When you're ready to make the climb? Are you ready to make the transition, or are you considering the journey altogether? Are you tired of your console and like, you know what? I can't get a PS5. Can't get a PS5 no time soon. Won't get a PS5 no time soon. Won't get an Xbox Series SX anytime soon. I want to be able to enjoy games at a higher resolution and higher frame rates on either a console or a PC, and it's just not happening anytime soon. What can I do? Maybe you're looking at it like a 2 to 3 month period down the road where you're going to be interested in making that switch, right? But when you are ready to take the next step, to make the climb, to make that ascension to PC gaming, remember, the best views have the hardest climbs. If this was easy, then if it was easy to get into PC gaming, we would be in a much worse off position than we are right now with the global semiconductor shortage. If everybody wanted to build PCs and these graphics cards were affordable and ready for everybody, building a PC wasn't an expensive endeavor, right? In my opinion, you have consoles and you have gaming PCs. One's like owning a vehicle, one's like owning a high-end vehicle. They both are destined to do the same thing, right? A Mercedes, I wouldn't say drives. Maybe this is a bad analogy. Sorry if this is apples to orange, but a Mercedes and a Hyundai essentially will get you to the same place, right? Maybe even the same speed if you're going, about like 50, 60 miles per hour. They're going to get you there to get the same. They're destined to do the same thing. One may get you there in style. One may make the ride a bit more smoother. It's going to feel more premium. PCs are the same way relative to a console. They're both going to play games. Console will play games. A PC will play games. A PC is going to provide a higher level of fidelity versus a console. Much like a higher end car is going to be much more luxurious than a lower end car or a mid tier car, right? But when you are ready to make that climb, when you are ready to ascend to that mountain, to the top of the mountain that is the pinnacle of PC gaming, what are a few steps you should take? Now, a lot of you that I've had the opportunity, luxury, and pleasure of engaging with and talking during this live show, especially some of our new faces like Joshua and Nasal, I believe it was, with the laughing emojis, but it's all good. You gotta love it. And even on our pop-up live stream, we've had some, we had a few new faces pop up. But I understand a lot of you have already made this journey. A lot of you have already ascended to this platform from consoles over to the PC platform, right? This is even still applicable if you are ready to upgrade, because one of the benefits, again, to playing on a console is the ability to customize and upgrade your hardware as they begin to get old. Remember, we don't use that term. We say obsolete, right? Legacy hardware, not old hardware. But as they get older and they become legacy, you can upgrade them. You can upgrade your parts to continue to improve or enhance your experience as a gamer. Joshua F says, let me switch back here real quick. Joshua F says, I've heard that DDR5 RAM will appear next year and mobiles and CPUs supporting it as well. So I'm playing with the thought of saving up for the next gen stuff, as I like to have my PC future-proof, or future-proof as possible. I mean, DDR4 won't disappear out of nowhere, and it will be cheaper, but do you think saving up for DDR5 will be worth it? Even though it will be a lot more expensive. Well, in the motherboard conversation we had last week, I had mentioned that it could be difficult and challenging to future-proof your system, given how fast technology, improves. But you can develop a system or build a system that at least keeps up with the future. Doesn't necessarily make it future-proof, but it's able to keep up with the future and the changes that come along into the future. Now, A platform switch, say from DDR4 to DDR5, is really interesting because typically with DDR3, when we switched from DDR3 to DDR4, it was largely in part due to how the sockets changed on the motherboards, right? It was largely in part due to how the sockets changed on the motherboard. Now, with we have 7 nanometer CPUs on the AM4 socket, and we didn't need to switch to DDR4 or DDR. We didn't need to switch the memory format. I think DDR5 will likely be expensive, but it'll be much like the PCIe 4.0 versus PCIe 3.0. There's going to be the technologies there, but the hardware would be extremely limited by the hardware that supports DDR5 memory. I don't think it'd be I don't think it'd be worth it to save up for it simply because when the DDR5 format releases, there will likely be a wide range of motherboards that support DDR5 from a wide range of prices. Will it make the CPUs more expensive? That's what we really should be asking. Not so much the motherboards. We should be able to find DDR5 A320 motherboards. What would that be? 650 motherboards, possibly X 670 motherboards or 770 motherboards. Will that make the CPUs more expensive? Because we will still have a wide range of flavors to choose from in terms of motherboards that all support DDR5, much like there's a wide range of motherboards that support DDR4 in a wide range of price categories. DDR4 as a format didn't necessarily make motherboards more expensive, right? It made RAM slightly more expensive, and that's what I would see. I could possibly foresee other components being affected by the format switch from DDR4 to DDR5. But I don't know. I also think we could be a bit of ways away from DDR5. I really do. But let's switch over here because I just want to go over, a few steps you should take when you are ready to make the step or even during the period of considering making the transition from console to PC gaming. The first and foremost, these are I preach a lot of these on the regular here on this channel. But the first step you're going to want to take is to settle on your budget. Okay, decide on how much you have or want or need to spend. Okay, this also includes your monitor, your keyboard, your mouse, audio, and network solution. If you don't have those things already, maybe you have a monitor you are using for your console or a TV, which don't recommend. I would try to say as soon as possible, upgrade to even like a $109 or $119 60 hertz Samsung monitor when you can. But when you settle on your budget, it's for all of those things. It's not just the system. If you need a keyboard and mouse and a gaming solution or speakers, factor that into the cost of your bill. Okay? Don't spend too much. Don't spend too little. In my honest opinion, you want to spend enough that way your system will meet the needs or your expectations, rather that you want to stream games at 1080p and still maintain a competitive edge. Excuse me. Or you want to play single player games at a high resolution, so you may need a beefier graphics card solution and a 1440p monitor. It's here. Your first step should be settling on your budget. Okay, decide on how much you have to spend, how much you want to spend, and then eventually how much you need to spend. That will be in tandem with some of these other steps you're going to want to take. Okay, starting with researching your games or evaluate the type of games you're interested in playing. At the beginning of this live stream, we had Brother Cliff mention that, as a PC gamer, you are, excuse me, research the type of games you want to play, right? Research the type of games you want to play, evaluate the type of games you want to play, and the resolution and refresh rate of your current or future monitor. Is that 1080p 120 hertz? Is that 1440p 75 hertz? Is that even 4K? Maybe you are like really interested in gaming in 4K, which is a rarity. I mean, it's so rare that I game in 4K, and then I'm like, even when I talk about it, everybody's like, yeah, I don't really game in 4K. Nobody cares. Nobody cares when I mention that about gaming in 4K. 1440p is more popular, and 1080p is still the go-to de facto resolution for most PC gamers. But evaluate and research your games. Look at your game's minimum and recommended required specifications. They are good starting points. Don't take them with a slight grain of salt, but still they are good stepping stones to help you understand the hardware you may want to say exceed at a certain level. If Fortnite, why do I use Fortnite as an example? I don't know what Fortnite's minimum graphics card recommendation is. What, a GTX 670 maybe, or a 770, and an i5 22nd generation Intel CPU. I'm not sure what Fortnite's recommendations are, but let's say it's somewhere along the lines of that hardware, of those components, right? Try to be at least 2 generations above each of those minimum and recommended required specifications. And that way, as the game becomes, as the game changes, which games as a service, they do change. They get patch updates and they become either more demanding, or, they change in some format, some way, shape, or form. They change. So this is why it's good to give yourself a nice buffer. Look to be at least 2 generations above the game you want to play at and the resolution you want to play that game. Okay? Research your games. Research any future games you even want to play. Right? Super important. Not just the games that are already out. Sure, Warzone and Minecraft and Roblox. But if you want to play Dying Light 2 or the upcoming Battlefield 2042, I'm not sure if Battlefield 2042 system requirements have dropped yet. But look out for them. And like, if you want to play Battlefield 2042, like you say, hey man, Battlefield, that's my jam. That's another old school 90s term I hit y'all with. Let's say, hey, Battlefield, that's my jam. Madden 22, that's my jam. Look at the hardware specifications for those games before they come out. And that way you could either still build a system that's, you're not future proofing, but you're keeping up with the future and how games and technology is evolving and becoming more and more demanding. So if Madden 22 requires at least a fifth generation or 6700K and a GTX 970, right? Something to that extent, then try to at least push for a graphics card in the 10th generation series or 16th series, right? And at least a modern Intel CPU, like a 88th generation i5 or a 9th generation i5, like a 9600K, right? Or a 10600K. Somewhere along the lines of those hardware configurations. And that way you are at least a generation to 2 generations above the minimum specifications. So when that game comes out and throughout a core lifetime of that game, you can still run the game in a way that's playable to you. Before you drain all of the value from that component, you can still enjoy the game when you are ready to say upgrade to a faster graphics card. When the tech starts to decline, I'm not gonna say if it will. This too will pass. It's unfortunate. I mean, we haven't quite gotten to the year mark, but it's very, very close. It's very close. By like I believe September or October, it'd be a year. Should we don't continue to see improvements on the market, it'd be about a year. But research your games, okay? Research your hardware. Use tools like PCPartPicker.com to configure a motherboard and CPU combo and research each component before buying them, even if you think it's a good deal. If you're like, hey, I want this motherboard and I want this CPU, I got the CPU at this price point, and this motherboard, I'm pretty sure it said it was compatible with Intel. It's an Intel, CPU is an Intel motherboard. No, research your components. Same thing with Ryzen, like we just pointed out with with Joshua's motherboard, right? If you want a Ryzen, if you say, hey, I want a Ryzen 3800X. I seen one in Micro Center. I picked it up for $300. I got my CPU of choice. It's a 8-core, 16-thread CPU. It's fast. It's modern. I need a motherboard. What kind of motherboard should I get? Don't just go with what's ever available because it might be affordable at first glance. No. Research your parts. Use PC Part Picker to identify any incompatibility issues. Check your motherboard's product page, like I just did on this live show. Check your motherboard's product page and check for any BIOS updates that may have already came out after the motherboard release, right? Because then it could be compatible with the CPU that you're interested in that it wasn't at launch, right? So research your hardware, research your parts. Check to make sure your power supply has enough connectors to power, your graphics card that you may be in a class of. So what I would recommend is make sure your power supply at least supports a 6-pin connector. Just even if it's a 6-pin connector. If you're in a higher class and you're going to be in a higher tier graphics card. But PC Part Picker is such a helpful tool that it will identify any incompatibility errors that you're oblivious to or you haven't noticed, all the way down to if your CPU cooler will fit in the case, right? Or if your motherboard will fit in the case. And then you can also search, you can use PC Part Picker to search by compatibility mode, where PC Part Picker will only show you components that are compatible with one another. Joshua said, when you talked about the minimum recommendations or requirements, I remembered my old PC from before I've got my current one. It was some office PC from 2009, 2-core AMD Athlon, and some office Radeon card from the time. The GPU only had half a gig of RAM. At the time, I was almost always playing old games like GTA, San Andreas multiplayer, or War Thunder with minimum settings 1080p with 25 FPS. For some reason, I never wanted to go under 1080p, even though I probably should have. Yeah, and but let me use that as an example, Joshua, because that was a playable experience to you. 1080p, 25 FPS, GTA San Andreas multiplayer, that was playable to you. Now, dropping down to 1280 by 720p, maybe you would have gained an extra 15 FPS, but maybe that boost wasn't worth it to you. Maybe you would prefer to have the full fidelity of 1080p. Although it's low settings, it's that the luxury of having that native resolution of being 1920 by 1080p, right? But yeah, I mean that's in 25 FPS. That was playable to you, not necessarily playable to me. I would probably, I would probably get sick trying to play a game at that FPS limit. But to each their own. Very much to each their own. And so long as you were able to experience those games, that is what matters the most. Not having the most FPS. Oh, you 25? Oh, that's whack. You should have had whack. That's another 90s. I mean, but why not 60 FPS minimum? No, it's what's playable to you is what the minimum is, right? It's what's playable to you. So important. But now you got that, RX 580, 8 GB, and a Ryzen 5 1600. That's a heck of a combination. Not bad, right? Almost 3 years later, that system's still probably holding its own and pulling its weight. But let's switch back here, because we were talking about researching your hardware, using PC Part Picker to identify any incompatibility issues. PC Part Picker will let you know if you need a motherboard BIOS update. If your power supply doesn't have enough power pin connectors for your graphics card, all of those different things. PC Part Picker is a free and super helpful tool that could help you with researching your components and configuring a motherboard and CPU combo that will be centered around your budget, right? And your needs as a gamer, as a creator, as an enthusiast. Maybe you're not a content creator. Maybe you just say, no, Lab, I just want to recreationally stream, right? I just want to casually stream over on Twitch. What's a hardware configuration for a Twitch streamer that you would recommend? What kind of budget should I start with if I want to build a PC that I want to start, streaming on YouTube just for fun, but maybe, 2 months after that, I might want to take the career as a content creator serious, and I don't want to have to say upgrade my system 2 months after I had just received it, right? So research your components, research your hardware, right? And then get familiar with owning a PC. Get familiar with owning a PC. I can't stress this one enough. In fact, when I'm consulting my clients during the process, whatever the point of the journey we are at, whether we are, configuring a system, laying out a budget, working with how much they have to spend. If they come to me and say, look, I only have $500, I can't spend no more than $500, This is all the money I have. It's going to be extremely difficult to build a system with that budget, but very possible to say the least. It just, maybe you're looking at 8 gigabytes of DDR4, maybe a Ryzen 2200G, an A320 motherboard, 400-watt power supply. Like, you'll be very hardware limited, but it'd be possible. And regardless of where we are at in their journey, I would recommend to them, I said, hey, get familiar with owning a PC. They're like, huh? What do you mean? I'm like, one thing I've always recommended to my audience, excuse me, to the audience, to the community, is regardless if you are building the system yourself, hiring a system integrator, or buying a pre-built, especially if you're buying a pre-built, regardless of how you're acquiring your machine, familiarize yourself with the process and nuances, the process of building a PC and the nuances of owning a gaming PC. Familiarize yourself with both of those. Don't be afraid. Don't ignore them. You can't ignore them. There may be a time where you run into an issue where you can't immediately get help or find help. It's better to prepare yourself for those issues before they arise. Be proactive as opposed to when they happen and you're panicking and you're not sure of what to do, or you're thinking maybe I've ruined my system, I've damaged my system, it's not working anymore. Familiarize yourself with the nuances of owning a PC and then prepare for your setup, right? Familiarize yourself with getting set up or setting up your PC upon delivery or arrival. Knowing that, well, if I have a dedicated graphics card, I plug the HDMI directly into the graphics card, not in the back of the motherboard. Yes, I have gotten a call a couple times where I'm like, hey, the screen's just black and I plugged everything in. I'm like, you sure? Yes, I plugged. Are you sure you plugged every keyboard? Yeah, I plugged the graphics card. Okay, where's the HDMI cable protruding from? The top or the middle of the case? Well, it's by the top. Ah, okay. Take the HDMI out of the motherboard and plug into the back of the graphics card, right? Easy fix, simple fix. But you'd be surprised at how many users begin to panic and worry about that. They think something was damaged in delivery, or they think they did something setting it up, that there's no video being outputted. So familiarize yourself with setting up your PC. Organize your peripherals, get your keyboard, get your mouse, or have all of those things ordered. If you're again having your system built and being shipped to you, or you're buying it from you're buying a pre-built or a custom pre-built, or you're having a system integrator delivered to you and they're not responsible for setting it up. Even if they are responsible for setting it up, it is beneficial to you and your system to familiarize yourself with that process of getting your system up to speed, getting it set up, plugging in your necessary cables, all of those good things. Okay? Familiarize yourself, plan, and prepare. So crucial to being a PC gamer and enthusiast, right? So, I tell you what, we're transitioning into our final thoughts, but before we do that, I want to quickly rehash, before we jump into our final thoughts, I want to quickly rehash each of our reasonings for, why you would want to make the switch from console to PC gaming. Okay? For starters, why you should game on a PC. First and foremost, that personalized experience, right? Customize your system. You have the luxury of upgrading your system, and it's the best way to experience video games. Remember, games are made on PCs for consoles and PCs, but they are made and tested on PCs before they are ported over and tested on consoles, right? And you just can't beat that customizable ability or the ability to upgrade your hardware as your needs and your games become more demanding, or hardware becomes faster and you have disposable income to do those things. And of course, that personalized experience of to being able to have features like RGB and tempered glass and premium case materials like metals and aluminum and things of that nature. You can't beat that. And then we talked about why you shouldn't game on a PC. And that's because you have that steep learning curve you have to tackle and familiarize yourself with researching your parts and understanding what parts are compatible with one another and what features you should come to expect and what features that you need to bridge to take full advantage of them, right? And then there's maintenance involved, both internally and externally. You have to maintain your system on the outside as much as you have to maintain your system on the inside by making sure your graphic drivers are up to date, making sure your chipset drivers are up to date, making sure your Windows is up to date. If you want to take advantage of newer features like DXR, right, which is the ability to run things like ray tracing and FSR and DLSS and things of that nature. But then you couldn't excuse me, that we couldn't argue the simplicity of plug and play, or with the little setup consoles need. Some gamers appreciate the ease of use, right? This is what give consoles their purpose, in my honest opinion. This is what give consoles their purpose, the ability to just plug in the system and play your games, update your firmware, you'd be good to go. Not everybody can ascribe to these to these nuances to owning a PC, learning that having that learning curve. There's always something new you feel like you need to learn, and the maintenance about having to deal with issues as they arise, and you just can't argue the simplicity of plug and play on why you shouldn't game on a PC. And then we also talked about why it's the worst possible time. And that's because, buying or building a system with a dedicated video card, it's still expensive. Thanks to the tech demic, there's a premium tax on both new and used dedicated cards. But most importantly, there's no new inventory thanks to the global semiconductor shortage and crypto mining being profitable and popular. Both has made it extremely difficult to acquire new graphics cards. Anything on the RX 6000 series side and anything on the RTX 30 series side. And then I talked about why, also why it's the worst possible time to get into PC gaming or to make that switch. That's because of, low morale amongst influencers and tech influencers. Not going to get into it a great deal there. Um, I just think that content creators should make sure we are doing our best to shift the content strategies. That way, we are still doing as much as we can to serve the communities we serve, because that's exactly what we serve you guys and gals. It's not the other way around. We create content for you. That way, to help you either make informed decisions or to educate and entertain you as a viewer, as a viewing audience. But there is low morale among tech influencers, but that will change as the situation improves. And then we highlighted one of the biggest reasons to make that switch, and that was, native resolution and unlock frame rates. Switching over from a console, especially a PS4 and an Xbox One, which outputs your games at a much lower resolution, say 900p and 720p. It really depends on the game. And then it upscales the game to 1080p. This can cause for like washed out and blurry, textures and models. So when you make that switch over to PC gaming, you don't have to worry about either one of those two things. You are in control of your resolution, and you could either lock your frame rate yourself or tweak your settings to where they are it's an experience that's more akin to your playstyle. And we talked about why are these two things a good thing, or why are these both a good thing, native resolution and unlocked frame rates. And that's because the higher the frame rate, the smoother the gameplay and the fluidity of the game. The higher the resolution and graphic settings, the higher the detail and realism where applicable in your games. The higher you can turn up the foliage, the texture detail, any light simulation based technologies. You are in control of your experience and how your games look and feel, and most importantly how they play, when you are able to tweak and manipulate your resolution and your graphic settings, which would immediately have adverse effects on your frame rate output, right? On a console, that is locked to either 30 FPS. It's no more than 30 FPS in most general games. First person shooters, it's typically 60. But I'm excluding the PS5 and the Xbox Series SX. I would bring up why, but we've been rocking and rolling for a while now. I'm not going to jump over it. TLDR version, or TLWR, let's say too long won't watch. TLWW. The TLWW version, too long won't watch. Consoles are still about 60 to 70% overpriced as well. So chances are we're talking to a lot of gamers that are still playing on the PS4, PS4 Pro, Xbox, or Xbox S. Not the Series SX, but just the Xbox One S. Right? You could be playing on either one of those consoles, and even then, depending on the game, which will depend on its resolution and frame rate. But on a PC, you are in control of both of those, unless it's locked by the game in some weird fashion. But we also talked about multi-monitor support and how it's ideal for streamers and creators, and how it adds an extra level of immersion in certain games like racing games and flight simulator games. It's easy to set up, and it can be had on or available on low to mid-tier cards like the 960, 970, RX 550, a 470, and even older, generations much lower. Especially if you even just wanted to go with a dual monitor setup, like two 1080p monitors. Again, this is a luxury that's not afforded to our console brothers and sisters. Between uncapped frame rates and multi-monitor, native resolution and uncapped frame rates and multi-monitor support, those are just three of the core reasons that makes this transition from console to PC gaming worth it. Had to wet the whistle, I do apologize. But then we also talked about how we are in an unusual time, or unusual, this is an unusual market during unusual times, and how we have to turn to the secondhand market for both new and used overpriced graphics cards. A dedicated graphics card. Let me switch over to our visual here, because a new or a used GPU is going to run you at least, especially one with that has any any pump in its any jump pep in its step to keep up with a fast CPU like an i7. But a new GPU is going to even put you in a higher bracket to about $800 to $1,100. That is the premium tax. There's a premium tax now that PC gamers are forced to have to endure and pay, right? It's not so much on your other core components like your motherboard, your CPU, and your RAM, which all can be had at MSRP, but it's GPU or graphics card that skews the overall cost to entry now. That is the premium tax that I am referring to. And then we briefly talked about how you could switch and go with a 2200G if, or a CPU with integrated graphics. And if you're toying with an Intel CPU with integrated graphics, fam, if it's not at least 10th generation and up, don't even waste your time. Okay, at least 10th generation on up. And if you say, well, I really need a graphics card, I got a 10900K, and you will keep in mind, well, look, that's a fast CPU, you want a just as capable graphics card to keep up with that CPU. Okay, so just something to take into consideration why you want to research your components and really try to stick to your budget. Really try to stick to your needs. Don't think about, oh, well, I want to play at 4K. Maybe I want to play in 4K 6 months from now, 7 months from now. Really? Should that stop you, or should you build with what you can now, save up 6 months from now, add that dedicated graphics card to the mix, and 4K monitors, so that you could, make that transition or enhance and level up your experience? You definitely could do it. And then for our third block, we talked about how when you are ready to make the next step, you're ready to upgrade your, your platform, your platform as a gaming machine from a console to the PC platform. You're ready to make the transition. You're ready to make the leap. You want to make or take your first couple steps on that journey. What are they, and what should you decide on? Really fast here, we're just going to run down them. For one, that's settle on your budget, settle early. Decide on how much you have, want, and need to spend. That's aka your budget. This also includes your monitor, keyboard, and mouse, audio, network solution, all of those good things. Start there, okay? If you already have those things laying around and you want to save money even more, that's perfectly fine, especially with your keyboard, mouse, and your audio. Those things can be upgraded over time to improve or enhance your experience, especially if your monitor is an older monitor, or it's an older TV. That's a huge upgrade that could really take the experience over to the next level. And then you're going to want to research your games, evaluate the type of games you're interested in playing, and the resolution and refresh rate of your current or future monitor. So if you know that you're making that switch from console to PC as a platform, and you're like, well, I've been using this TV. It's like 1080p. I believe it's 30 hertz. It's an older TV. I don't really know what the refresh rate is. I know I'm going to buy a 1080p 60 hertz monitor. Let me stop you right there. So your budget, your system is going to be built around that resolution. 1080p 60 hertz. Okay? 1080p 60 hertz. If you want to game at 1440p, right? 60 hertz or 144 hertz, that puts your budget in a higher place at that point. This is why I say settle on your budget, research your games, right? If you only want to play games like Minecraft and Warzone competitively, or Fortnite, and or maybe you play a wide range of games, right? Maybe you're not just limited to one style of play. Maybe you play a wide range of PC games. Still very much want to base your budget and research your games based on the minimum and recommended hardware requirements for those games. Build around there with your wallet. More so, really, you really going to want to build around that with your wallet, indefinitely, fam. Okay, but evaluate the type of games you want to play. Research your hardware. This goes tandem. Remember, each one of these steps aren't like do one. You kind of want to bounce back and forth between the two. If you start out by saying, well, I have $600 to spend. Okay, you got $600 to spend. That's your budget here in 2021. Research the kind of games you play. I got $600. I've been playing Minecraft, Destiny 2, and Warzone and Fortnite over on my console, but I kind of want to play modern games and slightly better. Well, you take that $600, research those games you play based off of the required specifications in those games, the hardware specifications in those games, will lead you to researching your hardware. Because now you know what you need to buy and how much money you have to work with to buy that hardware. And where and what areas will you need to compromise at? Will that be the games? Will that be the resolution and refresh rate I play at? For example, maybe at $600 you can't build a well-rounded system that can run Warzone at 1080p. Maybe you would need to compromise your resolution and lower that a little bit. That way you can achieve a much playable frame rate that's going to help you stay in the game competitively, right? And then get familiar with owning a PC. All right, familiarize yourself with the nuances of owning your PC. And I do want to drop a quick note that when you're researching your hardware, use tools like PC Part Picker. Okay, again, PC. We were kind of in this. We concluded with this segment, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. But use tools like PC Part Picker to configure a motherboard and CPU combo that won't run into any issues. PC Part Picker is a super helpful tool. But get familiar with owning a PC, right? Get familiar with owning a PC. Rather that's you're going to build one yourself or hire a system integrator or have a pre-built shipped to you. Regardless of your, the way you procure your system, familiarize yourself with the process of owning a PC. Knowing how dust works, airflow, ambient temperatures, thermal paste, updating your graphics drivers, updating Windows, updating the BIOS. Whether you want to do it or not, look at what goes into it. You may surprise yourself and say, "Oh, that's not that bad. I can do that. I can replace the thermal paste. I can update my BIOS." Or I want to upgrade my power supply unit, and I thought it'd be too difficult to do it. That's not that bad. I can remove 4 screws, unplug, each of the cables of the power supply unit, slide the power supply unit out, you know, and reverse the steps. Install the new power supply unit. Familiarize yourself with the nuances of owning a PC, right? Some of those, especially when it's some of the most common maintenance based issues you run into with owning a PC, especially when you're dealing with like cleaning your PC. Very delicate process. These are all areas of concern you should have as a PC owner. And you could save yourself, and I'm contradicting myself here because people, I this is how I earn money by helping people with these issues. But you could save a lot of money yourself by not hiring people like me to help you solve a lot of these issues, right? Upgrade your PC, update your BIOS, replace your thermal paste, replace your CPU, faulty power supply unit, faulty memory stick, all of those things. But most importantly, prepare for your setup. Familiarize yourself with setting up your PC upon arrival or delivery. Organize your peripherals, okay? Organize your peripherals. Get your monitor set up. Know how far, your router is. Where applicable, I recommend you go with a wired connection versus a wireless connection where you can. It's just much better for your experience playing your games and what have you. But get set up for prepare for those things, so that when you get your system, you're just setting everything up, connecting to the internet, making any last minute updates, update your graphics driver, be prepared, be connected to the internet, just be ready. Okay? And you will have a setup that you will be proud of, one that adheres to your personality, one that plays the games that you wanted to play, like, your system plays the games that you wanted to play at a resolution you're comfortable with, at a refresh rate that you're comfortable with, and you will have room to say upgrade that system when the time is right, when you are ready. Let me get caught up in the chat here really fast before we jump into our final thoughts. Joshua says, I also it had originally Windows 7 and it was upgraded to Windows 10, which challenged the system even more. On top of that, it only had 2 gigabytes of DDR2 RAM. Yeah, absolutely, because but games were still playable, like a miracle. Yeah, and even then, that's it's an astonishing feat because Windows 10 is probably taking up at most a gig of memory resources. So I imagine you probably had really bad minimum and 1% lows. Joshua says, now that PC is still in my room in the corner, I took its hard drive, which contains 750 gigabytes for extra storage. Not bad. So I love seeing older hardware repurposed. So that's good that that computer just didn't completely sit in the corner and turn to dust, but you at least was able to salvage that hard drive for an additional storage unit. As Joshua says, that in my current one, as being a YouTuber as well, does take a lot of storage. Also, I play many games, but to get back at PCs, I have to say that RAM usage is more than 90% for me when I have my editing software open and my game in which I record stuff and immediately export it. So I'm thinking about upgrading to 32 gigs. Yeah, absolutely. Especially when are dealing with streaming your games and editing, video editing. I mean, just to make the workflow a bit smoother, and especially when you have more than one program or different applications opened up, excuse me, during that process, upgrading to 32 gigabytes of DDR4 is not a bad move, excuse me, at all. I said, okay, I see you say, well, it's over 90%. It's kind of exaggerated, but maybe 90% at max if I'm really torturing it. Okay. Hope I'm not annoying you while you're giving your best to explain all this stuff to help us out, and me interrupting you with my questions or comments. No, 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 no. That is that is what makes this live stream special. Whoa, wrong window. That's what makes our live streams here special and very different. Now, I will drop this Easter egg in here really fast because I do plan on launching a separate podcast that would be very different than this format here. But our live show on this channel is a live experience, so that's just part of the show's format. Um, Being able to engage with the community and try to answer any questions that's relevant to the conversation or topic at hand, and anything that at least is relevant to the PC gaming industry at large. Dualist Inquiry. It's good to see you. That's an interesting name. Love it. Duelist Inquiry says, what is a good mic for pro voiceover work? Good question. So, I mean, it depends if you want to go USB or you want to go XLR, if you want to go with a wireless gaming headset. But for voiceover work, I would say any, like the Blue Yeti is fine. Last, on Father's Day, Mrs. Mod, my wife, she got me this Serene Mini for, for a future podcast mic. That's what I'm going to start our podcast off with, actually. Matter of fact, when I do the unboxing, which it's a little weird because it's not much to unbox a show, but when I do the unboxing, it's kind of closer to when the podcast will go up and live. But Duelist, it really depends on how much money you have to spend. But a good start would be the Blue Yeti. The Blue Yeti is really popular among voiceovers artists, at least the ones that I know. I don't do a lot of dedicated voiceover work, but for example, I use when I am doing voiceovers. Well, it's not up there. It's on the lower portion for the video that I'm currently producing. But I use a Rode Mic Pro for my connected to my camera, or you can even use it to my computer using my boom pole back there. But it really depends. Do you want to go USB? Do you want to go auxiliary? Do you want to go XLR? I think there are fantastic options at USB, like the Serene here, like Razer Serene Mini, and there's also a non-mini variant of this, or the Blue Yeti. The Blue Yeti is a fantastic USB mic. But Duelist Inquiry, that's a great question. I do want to invite you, Duelist Inquiry and Joshua, if you haven't yet. First of all, first and foremost, hit the like button on this stream and subscribe if you haven't yet, because I do plan on doing a series coming up here for that is targeted towards streamers and creators who may be looking for recommendations, such as what Duelist Theory had just presented, or Duelist Inquiry just presented to us just now. But hopefully that answered your question, Duelist Inquiry. But Joshua, no, never. Please, I welcome all questions. I don't have all the answers, right? I wasn't born knowing everything. I can't, I was born knowing just as much as everybody when they were born, right? I knew how to cry for the things I wanted. That's the only thing we know how to do as babies. We know how to cry for the things we want. Everything else, it takes a little bit of learning and trial and error along the way, like walking. You're going to fall if you learn how to walk. But by all means, I welcome all questions. I will do my best to answer them. If I'm unable to answer them right here during office hours, I first and foremost welcome you to follow me over on Instagram at Inside the Lab YT, or Twitter at Inside the Lab YT. And I'm typically in my DMs, but here recently I will find myself more active over on the Discord, our private exclusive Discord community, where we keep the conversation going round the clock. So if that's something, anybody here that you're interested in, stick around at the end of this live stream. I'm going to show you and tell you how to get the invite for our community Discord. If you weren't present for the housekeeping segment, you're going to want to stick around for the house cleaning, and we walk over the ways you can support the channel while also get closer to me and the community at large, at a much larger scale. But let's switch back here. All interesting questions, fellas. I do appreciate, or gentlemen, I do appreciate it. But let's switch over here into our final thoughts. Right? Let's switch over to our final thoughts, because from console to PC gaming, the journey at first glance appears unattainable, insurmountable, and a downright difficult transaction or transition to undertake. But its benefits far outweigh this cost, or the cost, quite literally and definitively, if you will. Consoles have a purpose, but PCs have character. I've been saying it almost since we started going live. I've been saying it since we started creating content here on the channel and on this platform. Consoles have a purpose, but PCs have character. Okay? Perhaps you're not prepared, though, or you're not prepared financially or mentally to make the transition from one platform to another. It's difficult to build a gaming PC, but times are changing, folks. All right, times are a changing. Here soon, when the tide resides and GPUs are more widely accessible to consumers, relative in terms of affordability, transitioning from console to PC as your primary gaming and entertainment device will be a journey that's well rewarded, and as much as it was challenging, right? It's well rewarded as much as it was challenging. It's going to be worth it. Matter of fact, dealing with those obstacles is what makes it worthwhile. Remember, the best views have the hardest climbs, right? You can look at PC gaming like climbing a mountain. It's a journey, right? I referred to that process as a journey, because there's a lot to factor in going from point A to point B. Again, rather you are building your system, having somebody build it for you, or having a custom pre-built. Doesn't matter. There's a lot that you have to learn and endure along the way. And the challenge enough alone is the fact that it's expensive, and it's that premium tax, that expense is at an all-time high. But consider a finished build a success, right? Consider a finished build a success, the pinnacle. Don't rush it. especially when the journey, learning the ins and outs of your system, is the reward. Kind of like where they say, hey, you know, the the destination is cool, but the journey is what makes it worthwhile. All the fun is getting there, not getting there. The fun is enduring all of the issues along the way. So if you consider a finished build a success, right? You've reached the pinnacle of gaming, right? You're a PC gamer, you have your PC, regardless of the hardware configuration, regardless of how much you spent, you can always upgrade it down the road. You can always enhance or level up your experience by making minor or major upgrades. Don't rush the process, okay? It is a process. Don't rush it. The journey, learning the ins and the outs, that's part of the reward, okay? Learning about your system before you even, acquire it, that's part of the reward. Not so much just being able to play games in a high fidelity, unlocked frame rates, and native resolution, multi-monitor support, tweaking your in-game settings. I didn't even speak on mods, right? It's not for me. It could be for you, and quite naturally, you would have that luxury or benefit of being able to download and install mods on your PC. Okay, I didn't even touch on that, but it's definitely part of that reward. If you research, you learn about how to install your GTA 5 mods and what all goes, how to find the right mods and mods that are safe. You've done the necessary research. Remember our, what was it, 6-step plan? Settle on your budget, research your games, research your hardware, right? Familiarize yourself with the nuances of owning a PC. Set up for get your, have your configuration set up. Set up your setup. Jeez, I couldn't get it out. But yeah. And Joshua says, I just hit you up on Insta DM for the Discord. I don't think I can stay much longer in the stream since it's like 1:22 a.m. in Germany, so I'll go to sleep. It was a pleasant stream. Thanks for the answering my questions. I appreciate your output, and buenos noches. Yeah, I'm sorry I don't know how to say goodnight in German. But hey, listen, Joshua, we appreciate you having you on. It's okay because we're essentially, slowing down the ride. The ride's slowly coming to an end. But I just want to plug in really fast here that we do go live every Saturday. We go live every Saturday. The time it fluctuates, but it's typically about 1 to 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time here stateside. But we go live every Saturday. We also have our pop-up live streams, which are more accessible to, to the community who is at different parts of or in different time zones, because the pop-up live streams, they're outside of our normal programming. Sometimes they are 10 o'clock in the morning, which I guess would be a much more convenient time for you if it's almost 1:30 right now. But sometimes they're in the morning time, but they're all over the place. But you're definitely going to want to, subscribe and keep a lookout for those pop-up live streams, man. Those are good times where we just pop up, play some games, and they're heavily centered around a conversation. And Joshua says, good night in German is Guten Nacht. Guten Nacht. All right, well, Guten Nacht to you, Joshua. I'm going to work on my German. That way I can have better interpolation between conversation. But awesome stuff, man. That's so dope. I love being like networking and engaging with, members all over the globe and all over the country, all over the globe. But and anybody else, if if you haven't had the opportunity before we close out the ride here, tell me where you're watching from. Tell me, what's going on in your neck of the woods here as we round out with a little bit of housekeeping. Housekeeping. And really fast here, I just want to go over a few ways you can support the channel. For those of you, say, if you weren't here for the beginning of the live show, we do this at the beginning of the live show, and just here recently I've done it for the end of the live show, just in case you came on at any point, obviously after the beginning of the live show, or you're here on the replay and you know what, you sat through this live stream. Kudos and shout out to you. Tell me down in the comment section below. Still waiting for somebody to let me know, say, hey, Lab, I made it all the way towards the end. I would establish a key phrase or a key word, but then you could always like share with somebody, whatever, it don't matter. Excuse me, but we do this at the end of the live stream. And if you want to support the channel, here are a few ways you can do it. As of 2021, this is subject to change. But Unity starts with you signing up for our email list. is something you're going to want to do to receive notifications on all new and upcoming content programming and any other new programming we add here to the brand or we add here to the channel, like channel memberships and the launch of companion channels under the Lab Media Network. All we need is your email address and first name so I know where to send the email and what to call you. Unity does start with you. And social media, notifications aren't that great. They could be better. Like they're not that great, but they could be better. So if this being an email subscriber will allow me to have a direct line of communication with the core members of our audience, right? In the event this channel is compromised or something happens to this channel, I have at least a way to reboot and reconnect with the core individuals and the core members who have made this channel possible and who continue to support me as a creator. Even through my ups and downs, my mistakes, and all of those things, I'm still growing, and I still have a lot to learn. But if you want to support, you want to support the ongoing list, and you want to join our Discord, this is the way to do it. If you sign up for our email list and you still don't get the email to sign up, you can always shoot me a DM over on Instagram or Twitter, and I will shoot you the link. I believe it was Joshua who said that's what he just did. So, but highly recommend you sign up for our email list, as this is going to help me keep a direct line of communication with you, our core audience. Again, Unity starts with you. It's a little cringe, but it's true. That rhymed. I ain't mean it to. That rhymed too. All right. Anyway, moving on to merch, and then we have merch. So this is a direct way you can support Inside the Lab. Me as a creator, this helps me buy things, even if it's small purchases or large purchases or websites, ad placement, all these different things. You can support me with as low as a $4.99 Stick On Me series channel logo, or the $4.99 channel name Stick On Me #2, or the No Player in the Wild t-shirt, one of my favorite t-shirts you can find over on the Inside the Lab store. Sorry, I had to take a quick sip, wet the whistle a little bit. We also have hardline products like our Lab Swag You Lift Me Up mug edition. I know I'm a handful, but that's why you got two hands shirt. Still planning on dropping some Hot Boy Summer PC gear or Hot Girl Summer PC gear. So do keep a lookout for that, as more merch will continuously be added to our merch store. I don't want to just create merch and say as a creator, oh, I just need another revenue stream to help support the full-time journey or my path on to becoming a full-time content creator. I also do want the merch to have meaning, to have reason behind why you wear it. And two of the biggest reasons that I wanted to price the merch, I wanted to make it available and affordable. That way you can represent the brand, represent the message and the community, and look good while you're playing your games and feel good while you're playing your games, or do a little bit of both of if you're a creator. Han Slomo, it's good to see you, Han. Man, Han said hi, fam. Happy to join today. Yes, Han. I do want to regretfully inform you that it's towards the end of the show, as we are at the very end of it, as I'm rounding out with housekeeping. But we had a solid conversation during today's live show where we talked about the transition from console to PC gaming. Han, I know you're already well into your journey of a PC gamer and PC enthusiast, but we just wanted to inform as many, console gamers that are on the edge, that are on the fence and not quite ready to make the transition over, helping them solve any pain points they may have and answer any potential questions that, they didn't even, were familiar with or didn't know. So, but yeah, we're rounding out towards the end here a little bit. We're just doing a little bit of housekeeping, but I do want to, invite anybody, if you're just joining, to on your way in or on your way out, to do me a favor and hit that like button for me. It's going to, get the content out in front of a lot of people and help push this video or push the stream in front of a lot more people. So definitely do me a favor, smash that like button for me on your way in or on your way out. And Han says, wow, Mrs. Ma speaks German. Yeah, we had Joshua. Sorry, I had to wet the whistle again. We had Joshua, who speaks German. He's over in Germany, so we got man. So Excuse me 1 second. We got Tricion over in the Netherlands. Tricion over in the Netherlands. Uh, Han, Han's dropping the bomb. Han's German. It's awesome. Han's also over in China. Tricion's over in the Netherlands. Joshua's over in Germany, and I know we have a few friends over in India on the pop-up live stream. On the pop-up live stream, we had a few friends chime in and tap in from India. So it's great. I love talking to different individuals from different parts of the world, and I consider myself a cultured individual to begin with. But I love just talking to different people all over the globe, man. It's a beautiful thing. That's a plus side to working on the internet, right? Yeah, that's awesome. Han Slomo says, "Well, I am German." Dope, good stuff, man. You know what? Shout out to shout out to our German brothers and sisters. They are some smart engineers, and they have manufactured a lot of different industries have helped catapult them in a lot of different areas. And then, but really fast here, I was going over our housekeeping segment, but and then the last way to support me as a creator and support the channel and support the message and the mission is to head over to the website insidethelab.net. It's an extension of all of the content. You can find each replay from the previous live stream on the home page. You can also check out the most recent video, right? Or our most recent published video, which is in highlight. And if you're unfamiliar with our highlight series are some of the best moments pulled from our live streams and reformatted in a, excuse me, reformatted in a format, reformatted in a format, or it's presented to you in an easier digestible way. Again, highlights are a part of an ongoing experiment here on the channel. I not gonna lie, I'm not gonna cap. I felt a little indifferent when doing this. I know it's pretty popular among other creators here on the YouTube space, and I really felt like I was just reusing content or like repurposing content. So it's do keep in mind that that is something that I am doing my damnedest to avoid, and that's avoiding, say, just feeling like it's just repurposed content, right? Oh, you already did that live. Some of you may or may not have heard it, but the live streams don't reach far enough, right? So I've been dropping the clips, and what they are is just some of the most impactful moments from our live streams that have, highlightable moments that I feel like should be heard to a larger portion of the community. Han says, yeah, our fam is quite diverse. Yeah, absolutely, man. You gotta love it. We got folks from all walks of life, man. We don't do none of that, prejudgmental crap. Everybody here is equal. Everybody here is one. I don't care if you spent $100, $200, $1,000 on your machine. Doesn't matter. I'm going to look at you the same way. I'm going to talk to you the same way. I don't care if you have a i5, 7500, or if you have an i9 10900K or a 5900X or a 9900K. Doesn't matter. Do you play PC games? Are you interested in learning more about PC gaming? Do you want to be a part of a well-knit, tight community of individuals who are open, welcoming of all, and most importantly, willing to share, willing to share helpful information that could help the community make informed decisions with their hardware choices and their hardware purchases. Very important to me. Han says, by the way, I use Windows 11 now on my rigs, no problems and updates, rolling in frequently. I recommend trying. Yeah, that's something that's on the back burner here on the list of I guess system maintenance I have to deploy myself here with just the many machines we have and making that switch over to Windows 11. I personally like software updates. I welcome in these changes. I know I don't really show it, but it's really cool that Windows is giving us an aesthetic change and many other new changes that come with Windows 11. I do want to do a walkthrough video just kind of highlighting the difference and just showing the difference in Windows 11 and how it's safe. And I know there's other larger creators that have already done this, and by all means, check their videos out, or you could just wait for mine, because come on, it's lab, and there's only one lab. But I'm gonna give you the facts, fam. I'm gonna present it to you as clear and as much as with as much context as possible. But that's awesome, and thanks for reporting that for us, Han Slomo. To anybody else that's out there and you're considering upgrading to Windows 11, Han has told us that, hey, you know what? No issues over here. I highly recommend you upgrade to it if you haven't yet. But all right, friends and fam, I think it's time to end the ride. I think it's about time. The ride is slowly coming to an end. We did our house cleaning. We did our housekeeping. Now I want to just scroll up and give a special mention to Han Slomo. Han, it's always good to see Han. Long time member here in the community. Joshua, who we know Joshua's clocked out for the night. But again, it just goes to show how dedicated this community is. As Joshua over in Germany, it was like 1:22 in the morning or 1:30 in the morning, and Tricion as well, who likely checked out because it's late over there as well in the Netherlands. I believe it was later, probably 2, 3 in the morning over there for him. Tricion did pop in though, and hit the live chat with a little bit of love. Duelist Inquiry, who popped in. It was good to see you, Duelist Inquiry. I hope this isn't our first and last time we have the opportunity of engaging with you. Hopefully you do come back again. We go live every Saturday for the uninitiated, and there will be weekly uploads sprinkled in between there, in the mix between weekly highlights and heavy structured story-based content, like a video that we have coming up the first Monday in July. I'm gonna say it. That's my target. Once I looked at my calendar, I said, you know what? My goal is to have this video uploaded by July 5th. We'll see. But Duelist Inquiry, was great seeing you. Joshua, once again, it was nice seeing you from Germany. Hit us with the Gutenach. I think I said it right. Let me see. Scroll up. Nasal hit us with a bunch of LOL smiley emojis, and I couldn't do too much about it, but it's all good. Comes with the territory, I guess. Nasal. Next time, say hi or something. Introduce yourself. If you're gonna troll us, at least say hi. Info for anything. It was great seeing you. Info came in and let us know that was able to procure an RTX 3080 Ti, which is awesome. And if at any time, if you're still here, I'm doing these shout outs, do let me know in the live chat if you're still here and present as I'm doing our exit shout outs. Of course, XLR Gaming, Cliff, another long-time viewer of the channel here. Always good to see you, Cliff. Cliff, always there supporting the content and also helping the community out and being active in the Discord. Same with Tricion. Like I said, was here earlier. Tricion likely had to bounce. Tricion likely had to dip. And let me see. The Mrs. Zombified, TMZ, was also in the house, who said that the days of all beige cases are now over, right? Thank goodness. Or like egg white, and then the older they get, and they start to accumulate surface dust and just surface material, they would just get browner and browner and browner and yuckier and yuckier and yuckier. I don't know if yuckier is a word, but it did. Sparta Rules, brother Anthony, that was here, and Bad Habit. Yep, it was good seeing everybody. And I just want to give a little bit of context, like to Han and anybody else who wasn't here. This actually, we went live twice today. So the live show is scheduled at 2:45, which we did start on time-ish, right? It was like 2:45. But at about 3:45, that's what time this live stream started. Like exactly an hour after the live stream started, YouTube just ended the stream. I had saw something about open the widget or the stream is going to end, and I was like, I can't do that in the middle of the stream. And then it was green. It went from green to gray for the longest time, like instantly, and it started spinning, but the chat was still active, and I kept talking, and I'm like, wait a minute, can they even hear me? And right as I was saying, let me know in the chat if you're experiencing any technical difficulties, the stream just ended. It was just like, stream over, stream ended, it popped up. I was like, wow, we didn't even get into the core of the conversation. So come on, I wasn't gonna let that stop the hustle and stop the vibe. So what I did, we fired up a separate video and just jumped right back into the live stream. So we essentially went twice today. I wasn't gonna let that stop, getting the live stream out. It's unfortunate it happened, and it did dampen my spirits a little bit because when you're having energy and enthusiasm of going live and jumping into it, and then having that happen out of your control, it's just kind of like, oh man, that sucks. But nonetheless, we were here, and if you just now joined us, I do apologize again. Sorry, the live stream is coming to an end, but the replay is left up as is. I highly recommend you jump back and give that video a watch. Jump to about 15 minutes into the conversation. There will be timestamps added or video chapters added at the conclusion of this live stream. And again, everything we discussed from videos already published on the channel and any of the products mentioned during this live stream, you can find down in the description box below. A lot of helpful and entertainment there. If you want more inside the lab and you haven't seen the video, oh, that's right, it's not in this pinned chat. Okay, I have to bring it up. Well, if you want more inside the lab, sorry about the shameless plug, and you haven't yet seen the video we did on the Doomsday Clock, the future of PC gaming, I really like that video. It's it's not performing as well that I had hoped, but I did have a slight audio issue there as well. That could be the problem. But if you haven't yet seen that video, I highly recommend you give it a watch after this one, especially if you want more inside the lab. I'm going to drop it into the chat there. So at the conclusion of this live stream, and we wrap up and we officially get out of here. But if you want more content, you want more inside the lab, I just went ahead and dropped the link right in there. It looked like I saw I had a missed comment though. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, no, we read that. All right, but yeah, that video there, check it out. Doomsday Clock, the future of PC gaming. If I hadn't had the opportunity to engage with you about that video over on that video, go ahead and give it a watch now. Do be sure to hit the like button over there and leave a comment and let me know what you think about the overall narrative and story of that video. Han says, I'm checking out for breakfast. Man, I'm checking out for a little late dinner and probably evening session of work. Got a lot of content to get caught up on. So, but again, thanks again to everybody who came out to the live show. The ride is slowly coming to an end. I do hope to catch you all in the next one. So until then, be easy. And do be sure to stick around a little bit for the post-credit reel, as I will hang back and answer any questions you may have or engage with any stragglers that might come in. And unfortunately, they're like, "What is this? Thanks for watching. It's coming to an end." But I will be hanging out. I'm still watching, still listening. So I do hope to catch you all on the next one, which is here very soon, or next Saturday's live stream. But until then, be easy. Can't believe I almost fumbled that. Man, be easy, guys. Be easy, Lab fam. Have a great weekend, and I will see you all in the next one. Thanks, Bad Habit. Same to you. Thanks for showing up again, supporting the content. Have a great weekend as well as a great evening, and I will catch you all in the next one. Anthony as well. See you later, brother. Again, I'll be reaching out to you likely between tonight and tomorrow, giving you an update as well. Appreciate you both being here on the live stream. Thank you for supporting me as a creator. Thank you for supporting the channel. I will catch you all in the next one. Be easy.